Welcome back to Grand Blanc High School, the Michigan Water Polo Association State Championship Tournament. We are just about ready to start the 7th place game between Birmingham Seahome and the Dark Caps and Skyline, as we're calling them, Skyline Saline Co-op in the Light Caps. Skyline Saline going left to right if you're watching, attacking here in the opening quarter. Today's officials on this first game are Matt Latham and Jonah Camus. Harrison Watt here, joined by Chase Sutherland here as we get set for 4 what we expect to be good games, and of course obviously culminating in the state championship game about 1:45 depending on the finish of these. Looking forward to getting some good water polo in today. Of course, the state championship game later featuring the 4-seed Hudsonville against the Granville-Jenison Wild Dog Co-op. Hudsonville, of course, yesterday becoming the first team since Jenison 3 years ago to make the state championship game as a 4-seed. So interested to see how that goes. And we had a lot of good games yesterday. Some of these placement games should be interesting, specifically that third-place game between Rockford and East Grand Rapids, who lost their games by a combined 3 goals last night, just narrowly missing trips to the state championship game. Seahome underway on the attack. Struggled to get the offense going yesterday early. 300 goal scorers for Birmingham Seahome. Julio Defina, Nico Michalski, as well as Dylan Layer. Layer was the East Region MVP. Here comes Skyline, as we're going to call them, on the attack, taken away. Good crash in the center there by Birmingham Seahome. 35 seconds gone. Both teams turn over their opening possessions. And, of course, joined by the son of the famed Michigan Water Polo Association kind of main broadcaster, Joey Sutherland. Chase Sutherland with us, an East Kentwood grad. Down the right side, and an early goal for Birmingham Seahome. Earliest they've gotten on the board here at the state tournament. Carter Richmond just off the right goal post. Chase, obviously the state tournament, you play in these 7th place games, these 5th place games. It can be a little hard to wake up early in the morning to play them, but this is the last chance you get to play with your high school teammates and a lot of your best friends. And weirdly, one of the last times you'll see some of the guys that you grew up with and grew up playing with. What do these games mean to you? I know you're not competing for a state championship, but you have an opportunity to play one more time with your friends.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, obviously, you're not going for gold here anymore. You're just playing for fun at this point. But especially for the seniors, one last game, kind of your last ride. Just give it all you have. Had a lot of fun.
6-on-5 here for Ann Arbor Skyline, and they're on the board early too. Struggled to get on the board early. It's Caden Zilich, the sophomore. From the left wing, it was a cross-pool pass, and early 1-1. These are two teams that struggled to get going offensively in their last games. Birmingham Seahome fell 9-1 in their quarterfinal to Rockford. Had Rockford 0-0 at the end of the first and played great defense. Trying to get one of their 300 goal scorers this season going. Here at the state tournament, thrown into center, crash coming, quick sweep shot, and just kept out. It is Evan Pokrifke in goal, wearing 1. Left last night's game at the end with a bit of a cramp, but has played admirable goaltender. He's a sophomore and a first-year goalie. He's not their usual varsity starter. It's Drew Lawrence, the senior, who has been out hurt for a few weeks. Thrown into center, and a quick exclusion there on Julio Defina. And a quick goal. Right in the center, Sean Spooner.
He was a force to be reckoned with. It was a lot of fun watching him play 2 weeks ago at regionals. He's a menace down in center.
120-plus goals for both Spooner and Jacob Klauser. Good 1-2 punch for Allie Littlejohn's team. Great brain power on that Skyline bench between Allie Littlejohn and Rebecca Godek. Two of the better minds in the game, and they are laughing it up. I'm not sure about what. Rebecca's always having fun, though.
Water polo is always fun when you're having fun.
Right side, here's Richmond. And an exclusion drawn in the center this time. That's Klauser off to the corner. Seaholm will set their first 6-on-5 up, nearly turned it over on the first pass. It's an amazing jump that time by Spooner. Cross pool pass to the near side. Seaholm struggling to keep it dry now. Work it up top for Goff. Back down into the corner. Seaholm starting to rotate a little bit, try to find the pass into the goalpost. Couldn't get it. And taken away by Skyline. That's good kind of gap integrity there defensively for Skyline Chase. They had hands in lanes and really didn't give them any easy passes. Got to move a little more on those 6-on-5s to open some things up. Skip shot, and that's over top of the goal, but it looks like Henry Beck, the goaltender, got a piece of it. That's a case of a skip shot where you don't skip it near the goal line. You skip it about 2 feet in front of you and pops right up in the air.
Yeah, you send them flying. But these are two very familiar teams. They've played against each other a lot. This was our battle for 3rd and 4th place in the East Side region 2 weeks ago. So these teams, they know how they operate.
Of course, out of the East region, we're going to see the 2 early games are going to be the East region teams. The top 4 will be all Western teams. Turned over by Seaholm. Again, trying to go up the middle. That was Michalski. Michalski had a nice game last night in the second game. 4 tallies in that one. Up top, here's Skyline trying to get it going offensively. And quickly another exclusion on Birmingham Seaholm.
That was Layer.
Dylan Layer off to the corner, shot deflected, partially stopped, and Seaholm trying to get back to the ball. Skyline too. Henry Beck is there. Now the net's empty. A chance for Skyline. Tapped off the crossbar. It stayed out. And it's a ball under on Skyline. Oh, my gosh. And you can see the look on Allie Littlejohn and Rebecca Godek's faces over there like, how did that not go in? It is 2-1 Skyline. Unbelievable.
That was a chaotic sequence.
Close miss there. Up top, Layer. He tried. Okay, I know what he tried. He just didn't execute, and now there's going to be a rush the other direction. He tried to go for kind of what I call the straight lob, where you take something off of it, try and carry the goaltender. He just didn't put enough air underneath it. Didn't have the distance to go for that back post. Offensive in the middle, and Seaholm gets the ball back and gets another stop. .2:13 to go in the first quarter. Seaholm trying to get this one even. Skyline's played great defense. They've jumped in a lot of lanes. Here's Layer in the middle. Layer attacked from kind of behind, got the ordinary foul. He's inside. He's going to shoot, and that's why you got to look up at the official to see if the hand's up to allow you to shoot. Hand was never up, and Layer had drifted way inside 6. So that's why that was an immediate turnover. Shot went wide and skipped wide left anyways. Skyline trying to find this ball into the middle. Nice pickoff in the middle that time. Carter Richmond, quick hands. Seaholm on the attack now. Henry Beck looking out to the right for an outlet pass. Wyatt Robertson will carry on up that right side, trailing by 1. 15 on the shot clock. Seaholm a little slow to get up on offense. Ordinary foul down there in the corner, an exclusion. Yeah, it was 2 hands down. That's a great call by Matt Latham. Caden Zilich off to the corner. It was quick, but it's a good eye. They give Seaholm a new shot clock. Cross pool pass, and now they go up top, not ready for it. Maples regather at the top. Richmond pumps once, gives it down right side. Back across, near side, chance for Goff. And he put it right on the face of the netminder, Pokrifke, who made the save, and then knocked it out of play. It'll be Skyline's ball. Minute to go in the first. 2-1 Skyline. Good pace to this one, back and forth. It's turned into a bit of a swim meet in the last few minutes.
It's been a very defensive first quarter.
And these are two teams that played really good defense yesterday. Here's a long shot off the pipe. Up high, that one taken by Klauser. He's got a big shot, scored a couple of long-range goals last night. Henry Beck got up in time, but didn't have the angle on it, hit the inside of the post and popped right out.
We've seen a lot go off the post or the crossbar here for this Skyline squad.
We've seen a lot of that early in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still the first quarter. Up top, Seaholm, chance to even this one and did not get underneath it on the long shot. It was Carter Ellis that gave it a try from distance. 18 seconds to go, and they're going to let Pokrivky carry this up a little bit. Thought they were going to go for the goalie shot at the end of the quarter. That's always my favorite. Those are hard to judge as a goalie at the other end. 4 seconds to go. Look out. Henry Beck draws the ordinary foul. Beck going to launch this one. Not going to have the distance, and that'll do it. First quarter in the books here in the 7th place game. 2-1 Skyline leads Birmingham Seaholm as we see Ann Arbor Pioneer and Ann Arbor Huron beginning to get in for warm-ups here. We'll take a quick break here on the Biscuit in the Basket Network. We'll bring it back, second quarter action here from the 7th place game at Grand Blanc. Start of the second quarter here from Grand Blanc. Birmingham Seaholm trailing by 1 to Skyline, the co-op. Again, winner of this game finishes 7th in the state tournament. Seaholm in the dark caps right now, down to your right. We're doing this, the fun center sprint, which is the Olympic method of it. It involves a pulley system with a little floating ring that holds the ball in place in the middle of the pool. Somebody at the near side pulls the string, and the ring goes to the bottom. You tie it off, and you play away. So that's why if you're looking at the nets, the goalies are not sitting in the center of the net. The sprinters are in the center. Off we go on the sprint. And Skyline is going to get there first. Good quick move there by Robbie Shannon. Up top, Skyline. You got 4 guys up top. They're leaving the center open. This is interesting, Chase. There's no center. Now they're going to drive somebody in and isolate. And a big stop there by Beck. Caught it in the side of the ear. Yikes.
Hey, he kept it out of the net. That's his job.
Those are no fun. Took a couple of those last night. It's a first-year goalie. Outstanding. Outstanding performance yesterday. We saw a couple of really good ones. Really kept them in that game with Rockford early. Seaholm trying to get back even here. Here's Richmond up top. Richmond long shot blocked. That's great shot blocking. Chase, as a coach, I love a field block. I don't see enough of them. We've seen some really good field blocking in this tournament so far. Skyline obviously well coached by, you've got the likes of Rebecca Godek, like we said, and Allie Littlejohn. They're going to have that down. The field block, such an underutilized part of the game.
Nothing got me more excited as a defensive player than a good field block. It's very gratifying.
Other way, good defense by Seaholm. It's taken up the pool. They've got a man to the near side. Got to get a head up and look. Oh, they had a break to the goal there and didn't see it. Got to look around. Thrown down to that side of the goal. Seaholm is well inside 2. Thrown back outside 2. Chance in the center and collapsing on defense. Good defense coming back that time by Robbie Shannon to draw the ball under. Up the pool, 1-on-1. Opportunity for Ratejak. He is inside 6, can't shoot after the ordinary foul. Tosses it back up, and they'll settle into the half-pool offense. Here's Shannon. Left-handed pass to the driving center, right into a crowd. Seaholm comes away with it. Carter Richmond's been all over the place in this opening half so far. Back up the middle and right into the scramble of the goaltender. Pokrivky read that like a book and jumped out at it. That's a pass that it's got to hit like a dime. There's not a lot of space to make that pass and get a scoring chance. Defenders were in the right spot. Bit of a crowd, and the goalie came out and grabbed it. Up top, opportunity here for Skyline, and a skip shot goes upper right for a goal. Jacob Klauser to the right side. And it's funny. You can hear in the water, Sean Spooner said that was an inch from hitting me in the nose. And I can imagine when Klauser shoots it, that probably wouldn't be too great if it hits you sideways in the nose. That's probably a broken nose.
Yeah, I don't think that one would feel too well.
No, not at all. 4:55 to go here in the second. Birmingham Seahawks taking their first time out, down to largest lead of the day for either team. Not really a big-time offensive game, but both teams have some good offensive weapons. They played very hard defensively.
I'd say the biggest thing is that right now both of their offenses are trying to mainly just look at feeding the ball into a driver or somebody in center, but they're doing it regardless of how the defense is shaping up down there. So they'll make passes where there's about 7 defenders and 1 offensive player, and that's why we're seeing so many of these turnovers or late bad shots from the outside as the shot clock's expiring because there was no look in center.
The key is it can't just be one person in motion, I think. I think you have to continue to drive people through and continue to move the defense. That's when you start to open up spaces. When you drive somebody somewhere and nobody else is moving, it's just going to create a crowd of defenders and bodies somewhere. There might be offensive bodies there too, but largely where there are offensive bodies, there are defensive bodies, and where there are defensive bodies, there's a crowd and a turnover waiting to happen.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, both of these teams have very good defenses, so they got to know on offense, you can't stay stagnant. You got to keep moving.
So the Maples will get this one off the reset, get ready to set up out of the timeout.
They had some fun plays at regionals coming out of their timeouts. I always liked watching what they drew up during their timeouts, the Seaholm squad.
Hannah Cole, good water polo mind in her own right. We talked about, obviously, that Skyline staff, very smart water polo minds on that bench as well. That's where I went to high school, actually, way, way back in the day. Last season was fall of 2011.
I was 5.
Huh. Thanks, Chase. Up top, welcome. Long shot, tipped and stopped. Pokrivky got a piece of it. And now there's a breakaway. This is going to be Klauser. Pass skips right into the right spot. Klauser with the left hand goes over the top in the goal.
That could not have gone any more perfect for Skyline there and Klauser. That bounced only right where only he could get it. And he had his defender right on his back, so he was driving to the goal. He was either going to get a 5-meter or a goal, but he surely wanted that one right then and there.
It's a great pass by Pokrivky. He just made a stop in a lot of traffic. I think it might have been partially deflected on its way to him. Hit the bar. There's a lot of chaos going. He has the presence of mind as a sophomore to settle it down, look up the pool, and make a great pass.
It looks like he has the vision to look up first on his passes, and I really like that from a goalie.
Into center, and a big stop that time by Pokrivky. Caught it with the left arm. Wow. That's a great chance in deep that time by Layer, the East Region MVP. And stuffed. Just in good position. Ooh. And a breakaway. Here comes Layer. Wrong guy if you're Skyline.
Bit of a mismatch there.
Pushes it ahead. Layer got a defender on him. Treads back, separates, and scores. Dylan Layer gets a little revenge after that last play. Seaholm cuts the deficit back to 2. It's 4-2 Skyline with 3:43 to go here in the opening half.
That was a great heads-up play by Lair. He recognized that mismatch immediately, went for the steal, and was off to the races.
Skyline trying to go back up by 3. Thrown into center. Ooh, that was close to a ball under there in the middle. Klauser up top, got room, great save, tracked nicely by Beck. Wow, he got over there in a hurry. Richmond up top for Goff. Goff had a nice second game yesterday, created a lot of opportunities, walks in, won't shoot, bad pass, kind of missed his man. And Seaholm's all out of sorts now. They draw a foul up top and an exclusion. 3:03 to go here in the opening half. Maples with a chance to cut the deficit to 1. They draw an ordinary foul down low.
That exclusion was on Radijek.
Good catch. Richmond brings it inside 2. Got nothing, goes back up top. Here's Lair thinking about it. Not much to look at. 1 pump fake, back to the top. Lair. Back across, they work it all the way across the formation. Try to move the defense into the goalpost. They missed him. Sharp angle shot and missed wide. Tried to go cross cage with that, and that was going to go wide. And then it was tipped nearly on goal by the shot blocker.
There was a couple of those 2 weeks ago at the regionals where a field blocker was going to make an attempt and it just fully redirected it from the goalie's path, and it found its way into the back of the net.
Thrown into the center, and they could not complete the alley-oop. That looks like good defense down there by Giulio DeFina. I think he might have got a hand on his mark. That was Sean Spooner, who just couldn't complete the alley-oop. Lair's got room. Lair to the near side. Lair spins inside. Nice move. Lair trying to get back to the ball. Lair went under his defender, then lost the ball, and then he draws an exclusion. 1:54 to go here in the opening half. Trying to make something happen here. Trying to get back within 1. Here's Richmond up the right side. Last 6-on-5 didn't get it done. Goff up top. Pass is wet. Down low. Lair along the goal line. Lair scores! He just ripped it through everybody on the near side. I don't think anybody was expecting him to go short side. The shot blocker didn't have it sealed off, and neither did Pokrifke, and it's a 1-goal game.
And I like that call from Latham there. Some may say that was kind of a delayed kick out, but he was going to let Lair make his move down there. And then finally, once he lost the handle on it, that's when that kick out came.
Yeah. It's well done. Up top, Skyline trying to increase their lead again. They throw it one-timer off the underside of the bar, but stayed out. They've got Goff up the side. Great pass in stride. Here goes Goff with speed. Right side, opportunity to tie it. Goff in motion, draws an ordinary foul, couldn't get the shot away. Goff got the late man on the rush coming. Here's Richmond, got room, walks it in. Near side, gave his angle away. Here's Lair, little bit of room to operate. Lair pumps once, twice, he's climbed all over. And an exclusion drawn by Lair. 59 seconds to go in the half. Maples with a chance to tie it. Helter-skelter here at the end of the half. Up top, they give it down near side. Lair thought about it, into the goal post and ball undered. Great defense by Skyline. 48 seconds to go. Maples just missed a chance to tie this game up.
They were trying to run their 6-on-5 offense as a typical offense and forcing it down into center there. It hasn't been working so far.
Skyline crossed the formation to the near side. 13 on the shot clock, down at the 2-meter line. And great defense again. Lair's all over it. Ball under his man. Now he's going to carry it up the pool. Popped it up, and he's away. Maples have 6-on-5 up the pool. Lair can play for the last shot if he wants, but he's going to walk this one up. Plays it into center. Maples turn it, gun it. We're tied. 11 seconds to go in the half. Played into the center, and a nice goal by Nico Michalski.
That was a good move. That was great all around. I mean, obviously Lair gets that steal. He takes it up himself, but he's not playing selfish water polo. He got up, saw his shot wasn't there, and immediately got it right down into center.
It's an unbelievable 3-minute stretch of water polo from Dylan Lair.
He has been all over the map for the Seaholm squad.
Skyleen pulls the goalie, going to play for the last shot. They go into the middle, a shot that's saved by Beck at the buzzer. We are tied in the 7th place game as we head to the half. Skyleen went up early. Seaholm came from behind to even this one up. We will take a halftime break here and bring it back with second half coverage of the 7th place game from Grand Blanc on the Biscuit and the Basket Network. Second half coverage coming at you here from the 7th place game. Just saw a nice comeback by Birmingham Seaholm at the end of the half. Skyleen got off to a great start, looked strong, good defense. Got ahead on the strength of some of their great goal scorers. Before the half, Seaholm drew an exclusion that they ended up scoring on. And Chase, you gave Matt Latham a great compliment about letting the guys play through it. Well, it turns out that the only reason the call came late is because Matt Latham almost slipped and fell into the pool. He was 1 foot into the gutter. So we have to take the compliment back.
Yeah, it's a double whammy. He almost fell into the pool, and my compliment gets redacted.
It's tough. It's not on you, though.
No. I take no responsibility for this.
We're at a strange angle here. You know, we're down on pool deck. Typically when I broadcast, I like to be up a little bit higher, but it works here with all the setup. Here's a chance in the center, and Skyline just kind of gave it away. A little bit of good defense crashing there. Seaholm up the pool. They're on a 3-goal run right now. Went into the half, had just tied it. Really great play by Dylan Layer, the junior. Taken away on the pass down low.
That was a good jump there by Brody Howe.
Well, you look at this team, and you bring back Dylan Layer next year for Birmingham Seaholm. That's exciting. Wyatt Robertson's played a lot. Henry Beck is a junior and a first-year goaltender. Nico Michalski scored a lot. Obviously, Nolan Goff as a sophomore, he's played a lot of big minutes. Carter Richmond will graduate, but
these are two very young teams. We're going to be seeing these two for a while.
Exactly. Exclusion on Birmingham Seaholm there. Off the corner, it is Richmond. Near side, one-timer, and swallowed up by Beck. Rebound, and given away by Skyline. Offensive foul there. Hey, you're right. Then you look on the other side, Evan Pokrivky, the goalie, who's been outstanding in the state tournament as a backup. Zilich has a goal in this game as a sophomore, comes back. You've got some good, compelling young players. There's a break for Seaholm, and 5-meter.
Ooh.
That was close. Drawn that time by Julio DeFina. Chance for the Maples to take the lead. Would be their first of the game, right? Skyline scored first.
Yes.
Lefty, big stop, rebound comes right back to a backhand score! Oh, man! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Wow.
That is something else.
If you miss a 5-meter, your heart sinks a little. I know I've missed a lot of 5 meters in my day, but if you get your rebound and do a helicopter from 6 meters to get a goal,
wow.
And then get the steal immediately.
The amount of cred that kid's going to get in the hallways at Seaholm coming up, oh my God. What a play. Here's Goff trying to take a 2-goal lead. Goff hangs on and scores! 2-goal lead for Birmingham Seaholm.
Right now they have all of the momentum.
Timeout Skyline. What a break.
Wow. Talk about coming out swinging from the half.
You know, it doesn't just take, like, presence of mind. It takes some serious guts to take a helicopter backhand from there. Because, look, you've just been stuffed. You get the ball back. He had time to go up with the left hand and just shoot it normally. But I think he figured he'd catch everybody off guard going for the helicopter. Obviously he did. But the accuracy of that shot is not easy to trace. Like, it's really not easy to throw an accurate helicopter backhand from 6 meters.
Not at all.
The difficulty level of that shot is absurd, especially after you've just been stuffed in a 5-meter. Give Evan Pokrivky a ton of credit, too, for making that first stop. Because those
he
are
was
hard.
All over that.
Those are hard to make. He read that like a book. You can't blame the poor kid. I mean, when you're going to throw a helicopter backhand, low corner skimming along the water, man, that might be the best play we've seen in this tournament so far. That's unreal. In the 7th place game.
It's been a fun game. It's been a very fun game.
Yeah, it was flat for a minute there when Skyline was up 4-1, and then Seaholm obviously has made this 5-goal run and has gone in front by 2. Skyline does have serious firepower to get back into this game quickly, though.
Absolutely. They've just got to get their offense dialed in.
I like that timeout timing there from
Absolutely.
Allie Littlejohn. It's just all right, settle down.
Take a deep breath.
You had halftime to do it, but sometimes that doesn't immediately get it done. Now you draw something up, get something going, try to get a goal and get back within one.
There's still a lot of time for water polo left. It is truly anyone's game.
Down in the corner, Seaholm fouls down there. Heavy defense, thrown into the center. And a hook over the top that time. Klauser kind of had his arm over the shoulder of his defender. It's a good eye there by Jonah Camus defensively as the official down there. If you see the officials talking when they're going across the pool, it's because they're wired into each other and they can communicate what's going on and what to look for. And I think they just did that on that exclusion. As Birmingham Seaholm now has a chance to take their largest lead of the day. Largest lead of the day for either team is 3, and Skyline had it earlier. And a one-timer tipped out of play. Great stop by Pokrivki. Swung that right hand up as gravity was starting to do his work. He was starting to fall.
Yeah, he was up for a while.
And then the desperation heave with the right arm to knock that out of play for the 2-meter.
That was a good display of legs.
Up top, Richmond. I think we're getting booed by Andy Tarian. And that shot from the point is tipped and out of play.
It could have been on the throw-in. I wasn't really.
I think it was. Andy Tarian took the brunt of a lot of jokes on this broadcast yesterday, and I think today is his day to give it back.
Yeah, I heard he was getting some age comments.
Yeah, it's tough. That's a tough bounce for Andy. He has been around for a long time, longer than I've been alive.
But I feel like it's a little bit of a pot calling the kettle black scenario, especially where most of the jokes were coming from my old man, and I spare no hesitation on the old part.
What a stop by Beck there, and he's able to shield it off just long enough to get the turnover. Beck's been excellent here in this state tournament. These are two young, not really experienced goaltenders that have been awesome in this tournament. Chance in the middle for Seaholm. Pass kind of handcuffed him, and an exclusion drawn. And turned over immediately.
Yeah, that was.
It looked like nobody knew what was going on. Oh, no. And, okay, here's what happened. There was an exclusion. Ann Arbor Skyline's player didn't get into the corner, and then they made a substitution, and that player substituted and came out early. So now it's an exclusion, and Seaholm gets the ball back is what's just happened. You have to fully get into that corner and wait till you're in that corner once your team has possession of the ball to be released by the official. That never happened, so it's an immediate exclusion the other direction. And the Maples are inside, too, and gave that opportunity right away again.
That's a lucky break for Skyline off of a rough sequence.
Well, not only is it a rough sequence, they've got some exclusion trouble right now on their bench, and they have a short bench. Kicked out to the right side. Into center. Here's a chance for Klauser. Oh, it snuck near the goal line and never went in.
Way to keep it out, Beck.
Beck with the presence of mind to get his hand behind the ball. We're not at the right angle to see that, but there are goal judges here sitting on the goal line. Thrown into the middle, 50-50 ball taken away by Skyline. Layer's going to chase the goalie and then get sealed off. And it's getting a little violent down there now, and Dylan Layer causing a lot of problems.
He's truly a force to be reckoned with on both sides of the ball.
He's trying to be a menace. Now he's cherry picking. He's dog tired. Skyline is up. Skyline with a chance to come back within one, and they turn it over, and now they got a man up the pool. It's Layer. Layer, one on the goalie. Turns inside. Layer, and it's a 5-meter.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, if you're going to chase the goalie like Layer did, and you're going to have that confrontation with both the defender and the goalie, and you're going to run yourself out of gas, it's probably best to cherry pick there and hope you can get the turnover, because you're not going to get back in time to defend.
Yeah, truly no point in wasting more energy.
Chance to go up by their largest margin of the day. Here's Layer. Skip right goal. Dylan Layer pumps it in with 2:10 to go here in the third. 7-4 Seaholm. The Maples coming back.
And now this is a 6-goal run for them?
It is. Impressive for Hannah Cole and company. And Skyline just trying to get it going again offensively. These are two teams that yesterday, both teams, really had long stretches of play where they struggled to get their offense going. This is the best Seaholm's offense has looked. And an exclusion in the middle. Quick opportunity for Skyline. Wide open man, and he won't shoot. Didn't have a great angle, and Beck was right there, but sometimes you might just want to try and shoot it through him when you're that close. Nice passing play off the goalpost. Oh my goodness, what great passing by Skyline there on that 6-on-5. It was dry and it was quick, and the defense was stunned by it.
But story of the day for this Skyline offense is the post.
They've hit a lot of them. That was Caden Zilich down there. Didn't take the first shot, got it back, took the second one. 2 inches to the right, that bounced off the post and in. Richmond down low, 3 in the shot clock. Goff is just going to dump it. That was smart. We haven't seen a lot of that this weekend.
I'm not a huge fan of the dump, but there are certain situations like that one where it's really the smart play to make.
For me, if I'm going to dump it, I'm going to dump it as far away from everybody else as possible. Maybe go cross-pool towards the Skyline bench.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have the presence of mind to do it, and that is a long shot over the top out of play by Skyline. It's not an easy thing to do when you don't have a lot of time to make that play, but here's Goff. Goff got a little room to operate. Goff into the center. Chance and a big stop. Oh, Pokrifke caught it with the bicep. Boy, has he been good this weekend.
He has looked phenomenal in the cage.
He's kept Skyline in this one. Now it's his offense's job to get back even. Up top, long shot over top of the goal, and Skyline just getting under their shots now.
We got 2 balls in the pool.
7-4 Seaholm, late stages of the third, 29 seconds, shot clock is off. Maples, if they want, can play for the last shot. Here's Goff, got a little room. Throws it into the center, and a big pullback in the center that time, and an easy call. It was Brody Howe. Here's Goff. Goff got room. Goff cutting in. Goff has got a really good wingspan on him. Thrown into the goalpost, and 3 defenders collapse on it and taken away. 5 seconds to go. Now 3. Ordinary foul, center pool. Here's an opportunity at the buzzer, and a big stop that time by Henry Beck. Plays it out, and that's the end of the third quarter. Skyline trying to get back closer as Birmingham Seaholm's gone on a 6-goal run to take a 7-4 lead. We will be back with the fourth quarter next. Back to action here. Start of the fourth quarter, Birmingham Seaholm and Skyline, the Saline Skyline Co-op. Last quarter of play for these two teams on the season. It's been a really fun game so far. Both teams have put on some great performances. In goal for Skyline, Evan Pokrifke has kept this game close. Henry Beck at the other end for Birmingham Seaholm has been excellent. We've seen Spooner and Klauser show off their offensive prowess. And Dylan Lair really had about a 9-minute stretch of hero ball for Birmingham Seaholm that kind of spurred on that 6-goal outburst for the Maples.
He was really the driving factor in this comeback for Seaholm. He was doing everything on both sides of the ball.
6 seconds and 5 seconds now. The shot clock down to 3, and Seaholm takes it away. Oh, it's an exclusion right at the end of the clock. Thrown in front. Zilic just wide of the goal. He was inside 2 anyways. Oh. Or maybe it was somebody else inside 2 when the ball got there, but he was right up against that goal post.
Yeah.
Caden Zilic, is a sophomore, and I've been really impressed. He's been all around it today. He's missed on a couple chances, but the fact that he's getting and creating them at that age in varsity water polo is a good sign. Wow, good stop by Pokrifke. It was a backwards over-the-head chance for Nico Michalski. He just kind of flipped it, and Pokrifke had to have the presence of mind to get up for that because there was no warning that that shot was coming. Into the center, into a crowd. Nice stop that time by Beck. Craning the ball there that time was Sean Spooner, who had amazing body control to hang on to that through a crowd, and then Beck just kind of flailed an arm up there and kept it out.
He's got to take that one extra little stroke forward and then get up and shoot that, so he's not shooting it from a weird arm angle.
And that's one of the best 2 or 3 goal scorers on the east side of the state in Sean Spooner. That is a tough mark to defend, and he created a great chance. And now the Maples turn it over, not communicating, and gave it away. Chance up the wing here. Here's Klauser. Klauser. And it's an offensive on Klauser. Up the pool. Here's Goff. Goff, the speedy, long sophomore. He's in on a breakaway. Goff waits in. Stop that time, Pokrifke. And then he gave him the business a little bit after, too.
Honestly,
Evan Pokrifke, what a stop.
That was phenomenal.
Chance for Skyline, tipped, it's in! 7-5, Birmingham Seaholm, as Skyline is back on the board. First time in the second half. Looks like that's Robbie Shannon. His arm got hit, and it changed speeds. Looked like it was going to be a fastball, and it came in a bit of a knuckler, cross cage, and that's a bounce that Skyline needed.
That's a huge 1-2 sequence there. A phenomenal save by Pokrifke, and the first goal of the half, I'm pretty sure, for Skyline.
Yep, and it was Goff, who's had a couple breakaways and been really good sophomore, Nolan Goff. Love his game the last 2 games. And Evan Pokrifke again with another save. Thrown in down low, Lair isolates, tries to turn inside, gave it away.
And it was Pokrifke jumping out and tipping it away from him.
Yeah, it was combined. Him, Shannon, and Brody Howe all collapsed into that space to make that happen. And now you can see Lair is cherry picking a little bit.
Maybe out of gas, maybe just making sure someone's ready to score a goal.
Look out, Skyline is in, shot goal post again. Thrown back to that side. Trying to turn inside and stuff it, they score! 1-goal game.
Brody Howe taking that one the distance himself.
7-6 Birmingham Seaholm. The Maples have had their 6-goal run snapped. We're at a timeout and a well-timed one for Hannah Cole and company as the lead has shrunk back to 1. And listen, if Skyline comes back to win this game, you got to turn and point down at the goal at the other end. Evan Pokrifke has made 6 or 7 game-saving stops, a couple of steals here to keep this one even. Seaholm could be at maybe 12 right now.
Yeah, truly. With how many counters they've had, the fact that the score is right now what it is a full credit to Pokrifke and how he's been playing in the net.
These are two teams that are playing good competitive water polo right now. There have been stretches where one team's been better than the other. It's gone back and forth, but now it seems like it's evening out a bit.
And in crunch time here, it'll be very interesting to see how both of these two teams shape up.
Okay, you're in the timeout huddle here for Birmingham Seaholm. What are you doing right now as the coaching staff?
Well, we've seen how some of these shots that Skyline has been taking from the outside have been a little off the mark. These last two, the last goal, that came from down low. So really, it's going to be maybe drop a little bit, especially on defense. Make them take these shots from the outside that they haven't been feeling comfortable with all game and force them to kind of take shots that they don't want to take.
Yeah, and on the other end of the pool, if you're Skyline, this is more, to me, it's less about strategy and more about, all right, let's seize the moment here and keep the momentum
right off
going.
Of what we've been doing these last 3 or 4 minutes in the game.
As a coach, that's when I turn and I point down to the other end of the pool and say, see, we made them use that timeout. Like, we're in this now. And it's all about making sure that the confidence continues to breed more confidence. You can throw some strategery in there, as was said by – actually, that wasn't actually a George W. Bush quote. I just found out that Will Ferrell made up strategery when he was playing George W. You can throw some into that timeout, but really largely for me, that's about pointing down the other end of the pool is saying, see, look what you've done.
Yep. Now you just got to ride off that. And immediately getting the turnover ball coming back their way.
3:33 to go. 1-goal game. Birmingham Seaholm led by as much as 7-4. Skyline at one point led 4-1. Long shot, goal post. Rebound to Skyline and taken away by Beck. Oh, he nearly put that on the lane line. Beck nearly rolled that one out of play. Here's Goff. Goff's got a man over the top, the lefty. There he is, Defina, who scored that great goal earlier, and he's drawn a 5-meter. Ball under on the goalie, it looked like.
Okay.
I think that's what it was. He came over the top on it. No. They have called it on the defender, who I believe is done for the day. That is Caden Zilich's third. Here's Defina. Let's see what tricks he's got in his bag this time.
Yeah.
Trying to take a 2-goal lead for the Maples. Referee trying to line everybody up. Defina leans in, skip left goal. Well, he did miss his first 5-meter, but then he turned in probably the highlight of the tournament after that. This time he does not need the second chance opportunity. He looks back at his teammate and says, that was easier.
It's a little bit nicer when you get it first try, but getting it second try is never the worst thing in the world, especially when you do it in the manner that he did.
We're going to have to pull that clip for social media later.
Absolutely.
8-6, Seaholm leads. Skyline trying to get back within one again. Up top, long shot and a great play on the one time. That time it was Ellis Wonzik.
And he just got subbed in. He came in for Zilich when he got his third kick out.
That's a heck of a time to come up big for your team. It's a 1-goal game again. 8-7 Seaholm. That was great. He was leaning back. He knew exactly where on the net to put that because the goalie would be in motion. Had a defender right in his face too. Well executed. Given away by the Maples. Again. Seaholm has 1 timeout left. Skyline has 3. It's an advantage for Skyline. But the Maples are still up. Down low. Here's Wensuk. Just scored that big goal. Draws an ordinary down there. Another ordinary drawn right in the middle. And we've got an exclusion somewhere in the middle.
And that's a big lucky break because they look like they did not know what to do for offense on Skyline.
Up top, Skyline. Down low with it, trying to tie the game. Cross the formation pass, and I think Defina might have got a finger on that one to tip it out of harm's way. 6 seconds to go on the 6-on-5. Up top, long shot, bar down, we're tied.
What a shot.
Jacob Klauser on the 6-on-5. Ripped it off the underside of the crossbar. This time it hits the bar and goes in. 2 minutes to go.
And see, that's where you get a little nervous if you're Seaholm, is when they start getting these shots to land from the outside, which has been the thorn in Skylene's paw this whole game. It's a little scary.
Maple bench trying to get them going. And, of course, the dreaded potential for overtime. In the middle, big stop, Pokrivsky! Swung the left elbow and knocked it out of play. In tight that time for Seaholm was Nico Michalski, triple-digit scorer this year. Crossed the formation. Opportunity for the Maples. They throw it in. Here's Lair. Turns, guns it, and scores! Oh, Dylan Lair went short side, released it quick, and right over Pokrivsky for a 1-goal lead.
When in doubt, get it into the hands of Lair. You've seen what he's been able to do for this Seaholm squad and spark that 6-0 run that they had earlier. He's the guy they want to turn to right now in crunch time.
9-8 Maples again. Wow. Lining up, officials talking it over real quick. Here's Klauser, who just scored that gorgeous goal at the other end of the pool. Goff up high, hard defending. Maples crash on center, and it's an ordinary foul. Back into center. Spooner throws it far side. There's the lefty down there, and a foul again. 13 on the shot clock. Back into the middle. Spooner kicks it out high. Klauser from long distance and a stop by Beck. Now you've got time on your side for the Maples up 1.
All eyes on that offensive possession for Skylene. We're trying to force the ball down into Spooner.
Here's a chance in tight and taken away by Skylene. Great defense collapsing there. Goff, I think, had more time and space than he thought to maybe just walk that down and maybe go for it. I think that was a heady play that time. Gabriel Romero, I think, dared the sophomore Nolan Goff to take that all the way to the goal because he crashed into the middle and tried to take away the very dangerous Nico Michalski that time. 57 seconds to go here in the fourth quarter. Timeout Skylene as they trail it 9-8. Back and forth game. 7th place game. This is darn good water polo.
This is definitely the best game of the day so far. But
this is maybe the best 7th place game I've ever seen.
Yeah, truly. And I thought out of the whole tournament at the Eastside Regionals, the battle for 3rd and 4th place, which was Seaholm versus Skylene, it was the most fun matchup I saw that whole weekend. And now we're getting to see a rematch of it. And it's very similar to how it went down last time.
You know, the other thing I'd say about this is I think this is partially a product of playing the 2 games on day 1 and playing 1 game on day 2, because to me, it allows you to go back to the hotel or wherever you're staying, hang out with your friends, and kind of regroup and say, all right, we get to play water polo all together just one more time. Let's go out and just leave it all out in the pool. Mm-hmm. Whereas I think when you play 2 games on that second day, by the end of that day, you're gassed, you're tired. You might be playing in the 7th place game early in the afternoon after kind of a short break, and guys are tired and kind of just ready to go home. Now, it's going to be an early day going home for everybody, but they've kind of left it all out in the pool, and that's why I think that this format is the better one.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I would have much rather have played 2 games on Friday as opposed to 2 on Saturday.
It's tough. You lose the day of school, but that's kind of fun for the kids anyways. I always kind of like an excuse to get out of school.
It might have been better all around, truthfully.
9-8 Seaholm. Skylene trying to even this one up and force potentially overtime. They drive 2 into the center. Now there's a crowd in there. Skylene, a backhander, and scores!
What a move!
Brody Howe.
He was not getting fouled there at all. He had 3 people on his back, but he was holding onto the ball with all he had.
46 seconds to go. We're tied at 9. Maples with an opportunity to respond and go back up in this game. Both teams have timeouts left. Seaholm's got 1, Skylene's got 2. Cross the formation. Up high. Pump fake. Once, twice, 3 times. Shot deflected wide of the goal. And a timeout for Skylene. 32 seconds to go. That was Weston Kosiba who took that long shot. He looked like he had a lane, but a good field block in front keeps that away from the net.
And here's where that copious amounts of timeouts that Skyline was holding on to is really coming in handy.
Yeah, and we talked about timeout usage yesterday a little bit, and every coach has kind of got their thing. Personally, I would love to go into the third quarter with at least 3 timeouts, at least 2 full in the setup. I don't have an issue using a timeout earlier in the game, and I have a lot of scenarios I like to use them in. What you don't want is you don't want to be going into the fourth quarter with 1 or less. That's kind of the death knell a little bit when you don't have an opportunity to stop the clock and talk to your team, or at least go let them set up in an offensive situation.
Yeah, it's really nice, especially coming down into these last few moments of the game. Tensions are high. You're getting a little gassed. You've played a whole game of water polo now. It's really nice to kind of slow the game up, get your bearings, and go set up your offense and function at full performance.
Skyline has obviously relied heavily on Spooner and Klauser a lot of this season. Both I believe now north of 130 goals for the two of them, if you include the state tournament. And when you look at it, the biggest moments in this game have kind of been owned by Caden Zilich, had a big goal early in the game. You look at Brody Howe, he's had a couple big moments in the second half. They've gotten some great play from their role players, and of course, Evan Pokrifke in goal. And at the other end, Birmingham Seaholm's kind of gotten it from a little bit of everywhere. Dylan Layer has done a lot of the offensive work, and Henry Beck in goal has been excellent.
There's been some phenomenal water polo from both squads.
So we come to the final moments of regulation of this game. Of course, we would say either direction. We hope not for overtime, for that will push back the schedule a little bit. Doesn't matter who. Regulation would be good.
No.
Ball out. And back in. Full shot clock, 32 seconds to go in regulation. Skyline got the ball. Both teams have a timeout left. Ordinary foul on the outside. Layer drops into the center. Cross the formation. Pass too hot to handle out there. That's Romero. Gave it up top. There's Spooner. Got to be careful not to foul him out there. He'll shoot it. Romero. Down low. Romero. Cross the formation. 9 on the shot clock. Maples trying to stave it off till the end of regulation. Maples have it, and a timeout! Oh, man! 4 seconds to go in regulation, and the Maples call a timeout and have an opportunity to get a shot away here at the buzzer.
And that was a risky timeout, too.
It was a little bit of a risky timeout because possession was almost in question there.
It was a little ambiguous, I thought, but it all worked out. Layer, of course, forcing that steal. And Skyline had a great opportunity on that pass that came over to the strong side wing from, I believe it was Spooner at the flat. Beck was all the way on the other side of the cage. It would have worked out perfect, but the pass was just a little too wide. And that killed off a lot of time and a great opportunity that they had.
A few years ago, Joey and I did a regional game at East Grand Rapids where Grand Haven was up in the last seconds of a game against Rockford. And I mean like right down to where we are now. And Grand Haven took a timeout when they didn't fully have possession of the ball. Rockford got a 5-meter scored, forced overtime, and won in overtime.
I remember that game.
And it was one of the more dramatic finishes to a game I've ever seen, and you could just tell Grand Haven's coach sick to his stomach about it. And every time I see that timeout horn come out in a bit of a scramble, I have the same thought. I once actually pulled that where I called the timeout to an official at an early bird tournament, and the official shook his head and said, "You don't have possession of the ball." And in my head, I was like, you probably should have blown the whistle and called for the 5-meter on me just then. But I thought my kid had possession of the ball, so we've seen it interpreted in a number of different ways. But right there, the Maples apparently clearly established possession, and now they have an opportunity to shoot at the buzzer for the win.
This would be a buzzer beater of all buzzer beaters. Kind of surprising that
I agree. I know where you're going with this.
Beck is still in the goal.
Because you don't really have time to set anything up, and there's going to be press coverage.
Yeah.
Or you would think there will be press coverage. Interesting.
Very.
Layer Separates, shoots, and it just went wide of the goal. 1 second to go.
And now it's set up timeout the other way.
Skyline held on to their last timeout, and with 1 second to go, they're going to get an opportunity at the net. And they're going to bring the goalie up. Here's Pokrivki.
Wouldn't that be the storyline if he got to take this final shot? Will he have enough time to pop it and let it fly?
At the buzzer, and that's the end. He did not have enough time to put it in play. It was interesting. They put Spooner, who's a righty, on his right. What I would think you would attempt to do would be put him on the left and try and get a quick pass and shot.
Yeah.
And you would want it on his strong side, not his weak side where he has to rotate around with 1 second to go. But didn't happen, and we'll have overtime. We're going to have a quick break here as they talk it over. And, of course, the 7th place game is going to put us behind the schedule on the day.
Naturally.
We will take a break for before overtime here. We'll bring it back and start you out. Overtime in the 7th place game of all things. Birmingham Seaholm and Skyline, the co-op of Skyline and Saline, playing an outstanding back and forth game here in this 7th place contest. We will play 2 3-minute overtime periods played in full. So somebody could score 5 times, and we'll keep playing until the end of the 2 3-minute periods. If it is not settled then, sudden death. Exclusion in the middle. Early opportunity for Skyline off the crossbar, and they get the rebound back. That'll reset the shot clock. Wyatt Robertson. Actually, rather, that is 27 Carter Richmond. Given away, and Layer hangs on to it. And an offensive the other direction, turned over. That's interesting.
So Skyline's going to have possession for the full first minute out of our 3-minute half.
At the end of this period, they will switch sides. That is the one thing. Up top, Skyline trying to take a lead here in overtime. Backhand attempt and great defense in the middle.
He was looking for a call there, but when there's 4 defenders to your 1 offensive player, there's no call.
Wyatt Robertson, the good defense there, and then they crashed on that backhand. If you just put an open palm on the back of somebody's arm when they're trying to go for the backhand, they're never going to get it away, and it's legal. And that's basically what you saw there. Layers up top of it. You can tell he might be a little gassed. He really put Seaholm on his back in that middle part of the game.
Which obviously sparked their 6-goal run, so very much needed. But yeah, it really takes a lot out of you when you're really pushing on both sides of the ball.
Minute 28 to go in this first overtime. We still do not have a lead for either squad. 13 in the shot clock. Skyline working it in from mid-pool. Here's Howe, who had a big goal late in the regulation. Into the middle, and a ball, offensive on the other side of the pool, actually, I think. I think they called that on Romero, actually.
Was it? Okay, I thought it was Spooner forcing the ball, or no, Layer forcing the ball under.
Goff was about to swim into trouble. Maples have a little room down this near side. Cross pool pass. Trying to cut inside is Kosiba. 8 on the shot clock. Layer threw it into center. Michalski drew an exclusion. Right at the end of the shot clock. Maples with a chance and a save by Pokrifke again in overtime and turned over by the Maples. Wow, this kid's good. You might look up and see 9 on the board, but he's got a knack for the timely save.
And it very well could be a 20 on the board if it wasn't him in the net.
And Henry Beck on the other end, too. You got to give him credit. They've both been outstanding.
It's been a phenomenal goalie matchup. That is for sure.
25 seconds to go in this first overtime. Up high, they roll it down into the corner. That is Shannon. Threw it across the formation over the top of Romero. That's going to be a shot clock violation. 13 seconds to go in the first overtime, no score. Here's Goff at the buzzer, right into the breadbasket. Pokrifke at the horn, throws it and swallowed up that time by Beck. Will switch sides, no goals. 9-9. Of course, this will push back the beginning of the next game between Pioneer and Huron.
Our battle for 5th.
Crosstown rivalry. One of the more violent rivalries in my childhood. I saw some bloody games back in the day. It was nasty. Those two teams played for a state championship once that I went and watched at Saline, where Ann Arbor Huron heavily favored with the state MVP, and one of their Serbian exchange students, Aleksandar Petrovic, and was shut down by Will Hart and Ann Arbor Pioneer, who won kind of right in the last minute. One of the more dramatic upsets in state tournament history. Ann Arbor Huron obviously had a great history under guys like Chris Keenan, and before that, some great teams. Back when the east side was maybe a little bit more dominant, kind of the pre-Rockford era, or the early Rockford era too, when Rockford, what was it, like 10 of 11 or 10 of 12 state titles after the turn of the millennium?
I believe that.
It was something like, it was unbelievable under Dave McWaters and some others.
He's a pretty good coach.
A lot of great coaches have come through this state tournament over the years, and always fun to be here. And obviously, we're in the 7th place game, and these two teams kind of playing for pride. And it almost looked like a handshake agreement. Like, we want to play a little bit more water polo. Let's let this one go to overtime. It's like that Buffalo Wild Wings button. You hit the button, we're going overtime.
Well, maybe this will be our last 3 minutes of overtime. Maybe we'll have a sudden death after this.
I do love sudden death. Sudden death is great. I got to call it college hockey, and I went into a 3rd overtime one time. I had the team that I was broadcasting for win 2 playoff overtimes in a row on back-to-back nights. Nothing better than the drama of overtime as everybody else here kind of waits. And it's funny, you can see both the teams getting ready to play, and Rockford obviously here a little early, and East Grand Rapids kind of cheering on these two teams.
Even though the players are dead tired, the energy is the highest it's been.
It's a full building because you're at the point where fans from other teams are coming in, so it's going to get a little bit full. And I think it's a ball under, or an offensive. Here's Goff, took it away, and he never put it in play.
So 2 quick turnovers in the first 6 seconds.
Way out near 7 meters. Uh-oh. Seaholm nearly just got nailed for an unsportsmanlike there. Up high and picked off. Nice play by Lair. And an exclusion. Picked up by the Maples. They've got a 6-on-5 all the way up the pool. Lair carrying it up slowly, letting the offense get set up. Trying to get some spacing going here. Goff is alone up top. Goff's got all kinds of room. Goff walks it in, near side. Thrown to the goal post and nobody was there. Both of these teams have a timeout to set something up in overtime. You get a timeout in overtime. I understand you probably want to save that in case you go down and get the ball back and have a possession late.
Ooh.
Turned over by Skyleen.
That was a good matchup there. It was Spooner and Lair.
Here's Goff. Carries up the right side, threw it into the center. Michalski drew the ordinary. 16 in the shot clock. Maples go back into the center. Michalski, big stop, Pokrifke! Wow. Brick walled him in overtime. Quick release that time by Michalski. Pokrifke not fooled.
He will give away 0 free goals. All 9 that Seaholm have scored have been very well earned.
Into the center, ordinary foul drawn on Lair. Up top, Skyleen trying to go back into center. Now walking it in are Skyleen. 10 on the shot clock. Good defense up there, and now an opportunity to shoot off the foul. Tipped out of play. New shot clock here for Skyleen. I think that ball might have been going high, but Henry Beck didn't want to take any chances and tipped it up and out.
And you can't blame him there. Now's not a time to take chances. But it is very apparent that both of these teams are dead tired.
28 in the shot clock. Referees talking it over. Skyleen trying to get a drive going here on this near side. Physical play. Here comes a 2-meter. Romero will take it. Pops it. It's in play. Goes into center and an immediate exclusion on Lair. Walking it in. Open chance. Skyleen stopped again by Beck. Henry Beck threw the left hand up, gives it a roar. Fear the Leaf. The Maples hanging on tight. Another 2-meter and a big stop on Shannon.
Wow.
It's getting loud in here now up top. Still a 6-on-5 as Layers off in the corner for another 5 seconds. Chance for Skyleen. Good defense up top.
Really good
Ball
defense.
dropped. Here comes Layer back into play. 14 in the shot clock. Exclusion's over. Lair cherry picking. Look out. Maples have the ball, and they can look up the pool with it. Can't seem to get rid of it. Up they go. Here's Lair on a breakaway. 40 seconds to go in overtime. Lair for the lead. All alone. 5-meter. Oh, man. Drew the penalty shot on the breakaway, and an opportunity with 35 seconds to go here in the second overtime to take a lead.
It stings big time, but that's probably the smartest play right there, is to force that 5-meter.
I don't appreciate expending all my energy on this game, knowing we got 3 more in the state championship to come.
But it is certainly a fun one.
Staying good. Here's Lair for the lead. Yes! Timeout, Skyline. 34 seconds to go in overtime. Dylan Lair on the 5-meter has given Birmingham Seaholm the lead back. It's a full 2-minute timeout. You can see everybody kind of walking around grinning. It's the 7th place game, drawing all the eyeballs right now.
Certainly.
Now you look around, and Ann Arbor Huron and Ann Arbor Pioneer are waiting to play. Rockford and East Grand Rapids have just arrived. So you've got 6 of the 8 state tournament teams already here. And obviously this is going to run things behind. This game started at 10 a.m. It is 11:21. We expected game 2
to be at some point
at 11:15. So we're 6 minutes behind right now. Probably add another 15 to that. 16 if you include the end of this timeout.
But both of these teams have had a lot of time to warm up in between all these extra periods and quarters. So hopefully we'll be going pretty quick.
All right, here we go. Skylene's had time to draw something up. 34 seconds to go in overtime. Dylan Lair has had an outstanding game. So many kids have been excellent in this game. You feel bad for whoever's going to lose this game, but I have a feeling that this handshake line is going to be a lot of good job, man, and genuine.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't want to be in that handshake line and you just think, oh, I can't believe we lost to them, or, oh, I don't like that guy right now. But this is going to be a lot of respect in this handshake line.
A true battle.
Up top, Klauser with it. Gave it to Romero. Got a little room to operate. Romero gets fouled. 23 seconds to go in overtime. Klauser in the middle, and an offensive in the middle, and it's a minor act of misconduct on Spooner, who turned and gave it to the official on the near side. He argued that he got contacted in the head, and he has been hit with a minor act of misconduct. Now Birmingham Seaholm has used their overtime timeout with 21 seconds to go. So I think what Spooner wanted, Spooner was called for an elbow push-off in the center. His argument back to the official was that he was contacted in the head. I didn't see it. I wasn't looking right in the center, so I couldn't tell.
I wasn't either. I was looking at the ball.
You all, if you're watching and you want to rewind the stream and look, you can all tell us, I'm sure. But that's what ended up happening, and then you can't talk to the official. It's part of the rules. He turned and had words for the official on the near side, and that's when you get the minor act of misconduct. It's only the head coaches can talk to officials during games.
And I have an experience of talking to the official in a state tournament when I maybe shouldn't have.
Here's the thing. You're not even supposed to address them and say in the game, like, hey, how's it going? Or look out of the play. It's not just an abusive official.
Yeah.
There's no contact between the players and officials in a game. It's just the head coach who's standing and the officials. Those are the only people that are allowed to communicate. You can conference with them at a break if you need, though.
Okay. Okay.
Got it. Got an official's explanation there. Teams are even because it was the minor act of misconduct and then the timeout.
Okay.
So the Maples, I think, will be content to try and play keep away for 21 seconds. Sorry. All right, 21 seconds to go. Maples have the ball. Skyline will press to try and take the ball away. Talking it over.
Bit of a miscommunication on who can be in right now.
Yeah, so here's the issue. 12 had 2 exclusions and the minor act of misconduct.
Oh.
So he is officially fouled out of the game.
But I think their whole bench is fouled out right now is also the issue.
Yes. So they don't have another player to go in.
Yes.
So Skyline is down 1 goal, and they have to play 5-on-6 the rest of the way because everybody that's sitting on their bench is fouled out. Kosiba shoots for the empty goal, and that will wrap it up. 11 seconds to go. Birmingham Seahome is going to come away, barring an act of God, as the 7th place team. Head official talking over the near side official. So yeah, the confusion there was a minor act of misconduct also counts as an exclusion, and Spooner had 2 already and then took the minor act of misconduct. And again, as we said, everybody on that Skyline bench has fouled out. Seahome has a number of guys who fouled out too. It's been a really heavy game exclusion-wise. Skip shot at the buzzer, that'll do it. Seahome wins it in overtime. Absolutely excellent. Good sportsmanship. A couple of old teammates, club teammates talking it over, and good finish to the season for the Maples. We'll take a quick break before Pioneer and Huron do battle for 5th place here on the Biscuit in the Basket Network.
Cool. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're getting set to start our matchup for 5th place. It will be the Ann Arbor squads, Huron versus Pioneer. This is a rematch of the Eastside Regionals matchup for 1st place, and that it was all Pioneer over Huron.
Interesting way to get to this game. 7th place game goes to overtime. Birmingham Seaholm finishes 7th. Great battle. 26 exclusions and penalties in that game.
Wow.
I thought it took a while, and there's a reason why. I did tell the officials in the hospitality room that anybody that calls a timeout the rest of the day gets a card.
Well, it's Huron winning that sprint. They're going to have the first offensive possession. Long shot from the outside. That was number 9, Bunnell. He's going to be one of their more relied on players offensively. They're a man short.
Yeah, Patel is going to miss this game. Great player for them. Bunnell had a really nice day yesterday, though.
Yeah, he played very solid in the regional tournament.
Pioneer had an 8-goal game out of Ben Warden yesterday.
He's a force to be reckoned with. But that's, truth be told, the case for a lot of these Pioneer guys. They've got a lot of strong players. Waited a little too long on that shot clock. Finally a forced shot from outside, just a bit too high. Now it's going to go back Huron's way.
Good goaltending out of both of these teams yesterday, too. Max Greineater and Jules Ruel both made a lot of good stops. Seen a ton of good goaltending in this tournament. Despite some high scores, a lot of big saves, a lot of timely saves. The timeliness is really where you get the good goaltending.
Truly. I mean, that's what I was noting all of that regionals tournament was how phenomenal some of these goalies are playing. Ordinary foul. He was inside 5, got up to shoot it anyways. That's going to be a turnover.
If you're watching that far side official, that's Dan Eschmont, the East Kentwood grad, I believe, right?
Yes.
East Kentwood player. Derek Zoko is the near side official. When you see that hand vertically and the arm going up and down and pointing the other direction, that means that that player was ordinary fouled inside 6 meters and could not shoot legally. That's the hand signal you're looking at there.
Good explanation there. Huron got the ball back but turned it over again, so now it's Pioneer. We're still scoreless. No, a long pass into what a move there, number 21, Ben Warden. Who else?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 8 or 7 right there?
I think 7.
So 15 goals in 2 games yesterday for Ben Warden.
Wow. He had a game, and now who else but him to start off our scoring in this battle for 5th place? He was driving down, got a pass in right above his head. He kind of puts on the brakes, which is rather impressive, and fires one over the head of Greineater.
Yeah, when they start doing the voting for the All-State team, that's one of those guys out of the 5th place game that you expect to probably make one of those teams. 16 goals right now on the weekends.
That's just insane. Now a kick out on Pioneer. That's on 4, Almeida.
Almeida, one of kind of their other weapons and one of their defensive stoppers that we saw yesterday.
See if Huron can retaliate here. Good job cycling the ball around. Shot taken from the strong side wing, but it's right into the hands of Ruel.
It's a good stop by Ruel. Looked like it handcuffed him a little bit. Able to knock that down. And I like the way Huron's moving the ball offensively. Obviously, you're short one, a superstar, talented player. But really doing a good job moving the ball early.
And now a nice drive there by 11, Flautner. He was able to kind of pick up on a mismatch, get his guy on his back, and draw a kick out.
This Nishi Flautner. Interesting pronunciation on that name spelling. For those of you at home, look out. Went for a headshot of the guy in the exclusion corner.
Trying to keep him out, I suppose.
Somebody was a little upset about maybe some of the physical contact on it. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That was a little bit of a wide shot from the wing, but those wing shots are tricky. I'll give them that. Now getting the ball down into center is Huron. They're still looking to get on the board. Ordinary foul. Kicks it out to the wing. Driver comes. Looking to get it there. Finally does. Gets it down, fighting. Shot taken and field blocked out of the field of play. Great defense there by Kolvig. He was able to stay with that driver the whole time and then get a hand up to block that shot. That was a great defensive play there. Now some big passes here for the Pioneer offense. Looking to get it down into center. Warden had a good look. Now they're getting it to him. He has about 5 people on his back. And one of them is going to get called for a kick out. That'll be on number 9 against Bunnell. Great job of getting a lot of dry passes right now for this Pioneer offense. They're up a man. Wing-to-wing pass, looking to take a shot. Pumps, fakes, back to the other wing. Fires it. Shot it off his back. It hits the post, but it stays in the field of play. So that's going to kill off the man advantage, but Pioneer has the ball with a fresh shot clock.
Yeah, he was leaning back a little bit when he let go. If you can get on top of that, that's probably going in short side.
I 100% agree. And now an interesting move there by Almeida. He kind of had some interesting pump fakes, tried to float it in, but floated it a little bit too wide. And that'll be a turnover.
Yeah, the one thing I love about that 6-on-5 is dry passes and quick dry passes. If you can pass it dry, you're going to have one of the better 6-on-5s in the state. The teams that catch it, put it down, or can't pass it dry, or the communication's not there, those are the 6-on-5s that really struggle. You can't move the defense if you can't move quickly.
And the more passes you get, the more you're going to get the goalie out their hips, the more you're going to get the defense moving. And speaking of defense, we've seen some good defense on both sides right now. It's a fairly low-scoring game, which was not the case, certainly, when these two teams played last time.
Well, it's interesting because that first game that we did this morning was low-scoring for a while, and then it ended up 11-9, which I guess isn't extraordinarily high-scoring, but it was 1-0, 1-1 for a while. It stayed with it under 5 goals by halftime.
But I suppose, especially in these placement games like we've been talking about all day, for a lot of these guys, it's going to be some of the last games they play together as a squad. The nerves are high, so coming in, it's going to take a second for everyone to kind of cool down and get in the groove that they're used to playing in.
I had a band teacher back in the day when I was in marching bands, which I'm sure everyone can make fun of me for being a dork for doing that, but it was cool at Seaholm. I don't care what anyone says. I'll wait to make this point. Shot goes wide there. I had a band teacher one day. We were lined up, and everybody was silent. We were standing at attention, and he said, "You will miss this. You will remember this and miss this." And that's what I think about for these guys playing this placement game, especially for the last time with certain teammates and certain friends. People are going to move on to all different walks of life. Got to try and really cherish this because you will miss playing high school water polo. It's such a fun experience. So just try and soak it all up while you're playing here the last time with your teammates.
Certainly, it was a phenomenal time playing.
Unique sport, really unique sport, and a uniquely small community. Everybody seems to know everybody.
It is a very tight-knit group. Pass down into center. Looking to make a move. Gets up, shoots, and buries it into the back of the net. Who else but Warden?
17.
Was that?
No, 17 goals.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
So he's almost caught up to his cap number. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the day, 21 will have 21 goals in the state tournament.
I think it might be more than that at this pace. I mean, 8 and 7. And now 2. The
That's
entire
insane.
Pioneer offense. .54 seconds to go here in this opening quarter.
It's been all Pioneer so far, at least offensively.
Hudsonville's just arrived for the state championship game, and obviously they've got a long wait.
Everything got pushed back a little bit because of our rather exciting 7th place matchup.
Good news is the clock, it seems, has been really moving in this first quarter here for this game.
It helps when it's low scoring, not a lot of stoppages in play. Long shot taken, but right into the hands of Rule.
Yeah, I say that, and of course things will slow down at some point soon.
Absolutely.
The old broadcaster's jinx.
There's no wood over here to knock on.
Maybe the old Grand Blanc pool. I don't remember when that was built. Maybe the 60s?
Oh, fair while ago.
It's a gorgeous new facility that they're hosting this in.
This is a very nice pool. Try to get a shot off on the wing. Kind of looked like he lost a handle on it, so it's going to be going back Huron way. 2 seconds to go. Long shot taken. Not a whole lot on it. And that'll do it at the end of our first period in our battle for 5th place. It is Pioneer over here on the hometown rivalry. We'll be back for the second period of play. Keep it here on the Biscuit in the Basket YouTube network. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're getting set to start our second period of play in this hometown rivalry matchup, Pioneer versus Huron. 2-0 is our score right now, Pioneer on top.
Talked a little bit about Grand Blanc hosting this tournament. It's nice to see it go somewhere different, and I know this is kind of at the furthest reach of the MWPA map in one direction, but you know, you're a West Sider. I coached on the West Side, played on the East Side, and I got used to the same like 2 or 3 pools when I played. I'm sure you did too, and it's nice to see it go somewhere different.
A change of pace is always appreciated.
They've done a good job hosting this as Pioneer wins the opening sprint here. 5th place game. Low scoring early.
Getting it down to Worden in center, making a move with about 8 people on his back, but good defense. They're going to force a ball under.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about that is he could have easily come up with that and scored the way he's played this weekend. I mean, 17 goals in the weekend is unbelievable.
It's insane. And I kind of assume right now that's kind of why Pioneer, they're just feeding him the ball because he's really been on a hot one. But they're at some point, they can't just fully rely on him. They're going to have to take some shots from the outside or have some drivers, get some other people in center, kind of share the love, if you will.
And Huron's going to have to start moving a little more on offense and trying to draw some exclusions. And there's an exclusion.
Speaking
right there
of exclusions.
Other direction.
Yep.
26 in that first game again. And you know, all good calls. Had no issues, pretty even. Just kind of was played out that way.
It was a physical matchup. It was a fun matchup, a little physical, but a lot of fun. And now a weird shot taken that's going to find its way into the back of the net.
Isaac Woods at the right goalpost. They tried to go into that goalpost. It was a quick one-time, but it was kind of like a muffled one-time, almost like a slap at the ball.
But I suppose if it gets the job done, and that's going to put Pioneer by a field goal now. Huron still looking to get on the board.
That's the offensive support Ben Warden's going to get today. Purple up under the direction of Don Packard, one of the longtime great coaches.
Phenomenal coach.
In the MWPA. You know what's interesting is when I left and moved to Seattle a few years ago, I think he looks younger now than he did then.
I just don't think he ages. There's a strong chance.
He's aged very well. Still got a lot of zip to him. Good game planner. Oh, yeah.
Another kick out coming. That's a 2 back-to-back on Berman. He was called for that last exclusion as well. He's going to have to play very carefully now.
Berman and Bunnell, kind of the 2 other offensive options for Ann Arbor Huron other than Patel, who's not in today.
And now we're seeing this clinical Pioneer 6-on-5 offense. Shot taken from the outside just a little bit too in, and it skips its way out of the field of play. But all the passes leading up to that, dry passes right on the money. You can tell that they've definitely practiced that a lot of times.
Yeah, it's dry passes. Everybody's high out of the water. The higher you are out of the water, the easier it is to play the sport. And that's just good textbook coaching. Great defense there.
Great whole defense. Almeida was all over that, forcing the ball under immediately. He had great body position there.
Now they got numbers the other direction.
Williams is looking to take this one, kicks it over into center, fires it, and in. That was Isaac Woods able to put the biscuit in the basket there. Grindeater got a hand on it, but it still trickled its way into the back of the net. That'll put Pioneer up 4-0.
Got to get a biscuit in the basket in here at some point today without Joey here. I know Joey's sick to his stomach missing this one.
And he's missed some good water polo so far.
Yeah, he would have loved that first game.
He would have loved that.
Get a quick timeout for Ann Arbor Huron. I think Paul Barnett maybe sensing this game, not getting out of reach, but getting kind of to the edge of their fingertips now as they're trying to hang on against Pioneer.
And this is how it shaped up 2 weekends ago in regionals too. Is it was a close game for a little bit going into half. I don't think the score differential was huge, but our final score it was fairly lopsided. It was just the persistence of this Pioneer offense and the relentlessness on defense. It might seem like a boring game at times, but truly it's just this. It all points to how dominant this Pioneer squad is.
Yeah, there's a moment there. One of the officials, Derek Zoko, who's that far side official right now, was talking to one of the Ann Arbor Huron players looking for an explanation. We talked about in that first game how really during the game you're not supposed to address the officials. In a timeout, that's kind of the safe space to be like, hey, what did I do wrong here and what do I need to do differently? And we have good officials that are great communicators and will do that. You just can't do it during the run of play. That's kind of why that minor act of misconduct got called. And that was the appropriate time to do it. It looked like a very respectful conversation. I think that was Ethan Young over there that was having it with Derek Zoko. And just a good example of how good our officials are at being communicators. And educators, too. These are both very smart water polo minds, and Derek Zoko and Dan Edgemont.
Very, very smart. Zoko was the one who taught me how to be an official back when I would do that for middle school games. And I've known Daniel a very long time as he went to EK. I grew up around EK. They are both very smart water polo minds.
There's a lot of good East Kentwood talent in here. Raheem Brown, obviously the coach of East Grand Rapids. Kind of that whole East Grand Rapids staff is an East Kentwood staff. Raheem and I played against each other in high school, and he was one of the better goaltenders I ever played against. Very athletic. Good field player now as well in Masters Polo. You talked about Daniel is here. Yourself, you obviously played at East Kentwood.
Dylan, who's the other coach for EGR,
yes.
I played with him. He was a senior my freshman year.
Dylan Tyson, right?
Yep.
Great player. I remember I think I broadcasted a couple of Dylan's games back early on with Joey.
We didn't help him out too much my freshman year, his senior year. We had a small squad. There was a solid 7 to 8 of us.
Josh Jackson did a great job with that team. You guys were competitive despite not really having a bench. Another great MWPA official of the past, Josh Jackson. Good dude, too.
Kick out coming. That's on 11. This will be one of the better opportunities Huron's had.
Well, we tried to get the ball under, but he went over the top of him a little too much.
Ordinary foul. Taking it down to the wing. Trying to force it into center. Good play to just kind of kick it back out up to the top. Now pump fake, shoots and scores. Getting Huron on the board. That's number 2, Berman. He's got to play a little careful defensively. He's already at 2 kickouts. But on offense, he's going to be in full swing. And you're seeing it right there.
Yeah, Berman's got a great shot. And he was kind of, like I said, him and Bunnell were kind of the two guys other than Patel that really drove the offense yesterday for Ann Arbor Huron. They're in this 5th place game. Played a pretty tough game yesterday.
From everything I heard yesterday, there were some There was some crazy water polo all about.
A lot of fireworks yesterday. Obviously, the 4 seed in the West taking down the 1 seed in the East.
Crazy.
That is why Pioneer is here. And, it was a 1-goal game. I give Don Packard a lot of credit for keeping his guys in it and then getting them to come back later in the day after that big letdown and play a really good second game. They were excellent defensively against Seaholm. Sometimes
it really stings with those heartbreaking losses. But in the state tournament, you just got to keep moving.
3:20 to go here in the half. 4-1 Pioneer in front. Ordinary foul at mid-pool, and they got to shoot it. And it goes wide.
A little bit of a desperation heave there. Now Pioneer coming back the other way. They set up quick on offense.
Yeah, they get down. They try to use the whole shot clock, and that's the one. The teams that have struggled offensively have been the ones that take until 12, 13 seconds to go on the shot clock to be set up on offense.
But now a bad pass there and a nice interception by Huron. Let's see if they can build off that last goal. There's Berman with it. Cross pass, getting it over to the other wing. Little risky, but draws the ordinary. Ten seconds to go. He's got to do something with it.
Got a driver coming on that far side that stopped.
That's Berman. He gets the ball with 2 seconds. He's going to have to move quick. Tries to draw the ordinary, but with no time. He's just going to long dump. But actually, it goes against him because he threw it out of the field of play. So it's just going to get it right into the hands of Rule.
People might ask why a team would take so long to get down on offense to set up, and the answer is it's hard.
Yeah.
It's physically very taxing.
Very demanding, which is why when you get a team like Pioneer who's always down and has their offense set up 6 seconds into the shot clock, they really can wear teams down with how speedy and aggressive they are.
Yeah, and that's that's conditioning and commitment on Don Packard's side. We're not going to get down there with 10 seconds to go and try to run something because nothing's going to happen. And that's why largely they've been successful in his tenure.
It truly all starts with conditioning.
Yeah, I played against good teams where you're gassed on defense and you go down on offense. Like, I know we got to score right now, but I can't breathe.
Yeah.
And you're just trying to kind of hold on to the ball and catch your breath to go back on defense. And that's when a team kind of has you where they want you.
That's when you're on the proverbial ropes, if you will. Good movement here from Pioneer, trying to force it down into center, but forces it where there's a lot of defenders lurking. If there's 3 people playing whole defense, that means there's 2 whole people open up top. You got to cycle the ball where there aren't defenders, trying to get them away from center, and then that's when you can get the ball back down. Nonetheless, Huron has the ball. Minute 24 to go in this first half. They're trailing by 3. Churning away. This has been their biggest drawback so far on offense is they're very stagnant.
Yeah, that's the thing is you're defending hard at the other end, and you get down to the other end, it's hard to drive and have the energy to drive through, and I've been a part of those games, and Don Packard is going to go to his bench.
Setup timeout, or is that? Yeah.
He's going to unload the Pioneer wagons into the pool here now.
A line sub, if you will.
I was proud of that. Makes me think of the Oregon Trail, the Pioneers. Thankfully, I don't think anybody's going to be walking away from this tournament with dysentery.
Hopefully not.
That is a reference that I don't know that a lot of our listeners are going to get. But if you do, good job.
I only know that because my 8th grade history teacher made us play the Oregon Trail game.
Your 8th grade history teacher.
Nose ball.
Nose ball. That's the best way to put it, yeah.
Now Pioneer has the ball. 20 seconds to go on the shot clock. Tries to force one from the wing was Almeida. Not a bad look, but a lot of hands there to field block it, and it was tipped to get on the pass back to the goalie. He's facing a lot of pressure, and now a timeout's going to be taken. That's
Smart.
A good timeout.
That is a good timeout because Ben Warden decided he was going to pursue, and Ben Warden was probably going to win that battle.
Absolutely. Grand Eater's a good goalie, but Warden is a 17-goal menace.
Yeah, the other thing is I've noticed that Huron defensively, they've done a great job collapsing on Warden. They're not letting Warden get going. At some point, you would think if Pioneer's trying to separate, they're going to try to move Warden maybe to the perimeter and have him move around and drive a bit more, draw some fouls outside and shoot. You're probably not going to get him going in center again the rest of this game just because of the way that Huron is collapsing and daring somebody else to shoot. And when they are, largely Pioneer's not scoring.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. Right now, it's Pioneers trying to run the offense almost completely through him. And you saw in the regionals game, I can't speak too much of how they played yesterday, but especially in regionals, they were pretty good on recognizing, hey, once someone's getting shut down in center, we're going to have to get some drives going, maybe start with someone else in center and have Worden drive in if you want him to get working in there. But right now, they're looking fairly stagnant on offense. Maybe a couple drives, but nothing too meaningful.
PHS is a very deep bench. You look over at Huron and just 3 bodies on that bench and obviously missing a key player today. Kind of a tough bounce for them. And that's, I think, part of the reason you get worn down going down to set up an offense because Don Packard can throw, I mean, that looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra bodies at you. Get a whole second line. Yeah,
literally. And everybody on this Pioneer team is good enough to be starting.
Yeah.
So it's really a I mean, when it comes down to a battle of attrition and you're playing a team that has a whole second line on the bench, it's hard to pursue through that.
Yeah, I played on a team where it was a large group of guys, probably 12 guys that could genuinely play, and it was nice. We weren't quite state tournament quality at that time. We were close. And we have an exclusion in the center. But one of the things that does, it allows you to make sure that guys are fresh, and if you're out of rhythm, to get guys in the pool that can get you in rhythm. Wow.
What a play there by Almeida. He got up, super up, to get that interception.
Look, extension out of the water is such a valuable trait to have in water polo. If you can get up, it causes a lot of problems.
Your shots are more scary. You're a force to be reckoned with on defense. It's just a good thing to have. And now we see it the other way, this time from Bunnell.
7 seconds to go now. I think they're going to let Grindeater try and gun this.
He lets it fly and right into the hands of Flautner, and that'll do it. At the end of our first half, battle for 5th place. It is Pioneer on top of Huron, 4-1. Keep it here. We'll be back on the Biscuit in the Basket YouTube network with the rest of this game. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting set to start the third period. Our battle for 5th place between the hometown rivals. It's Pioneer doing battle with Ann Arbor Huron. Right now, Pioneer is up 4-1, but we've still got 14 minutes of water polo to play, so it is anybody's game. There's the whistle. Sprint is underway. Winning it will be... in a close scramble, it's Pioneer. Credit that. Number 15, Bautel. Let's see what they can get rolling on offense. Right now, it's been all Pioneer. The score might not indicate it, but they are a force to be reckoned with. It's kind of a slow burn with how their games are played. But a bad pass leads to a turnover. It's going Huron way. They're looking to pull it within 2. Their offense has looked a little rough, but if they get their passes flowing and maybe some offensive movement, especially coming in a little fresh off of halftime, that might be exactly what they need. But a great defensive play there by Worden, and he has the ability to kicks it over to his teammate. I believe that's Almeida. Now another pass to another driver. That's Woods. Gets up, fires it, but a great save there by Grindeter.
Oh,
and he's fired up.
Yeah, he is fired up. That was an outstanding save.
That was a phenomenal save.
At that point, all you can do is get big and stay up as long as you can. And really, Woods didn't have a lot of time to get rid of that shot because he had defenders coming.
Yeah. Great play all around, though, there by Grindeter.
If you're Woods, that's where you need to use one of your in-motion shots instead of coming up to shoot the ball.
A
Quick
wet
release.
shot is
yes.
What we would refer to it as.
A wet shot. I couldn't think of the word. It was killing me. I was like, in-motion shot, wet shot. A wet shot is the word.
Yep. And now a bit of a scrum, but it's going to be a turnover here on ball.
With a wet shot, you don't bring the ball back behind your head where a defender can potentially grab it from behind. You keep the ball in front of you, and it's a quick release sort of situation.
They're tricky to do. You've got to have good grip strength. And they're not the most powerful things in the world. But if you can execute them quick and efficient, they are very, very difficult to block.
Quickness of release is the key because you're right. There isn't a lot of velocity.
But a great defensive play there by Almeida. He's forced a lot of ball unders.
He's been outstanding defensively this tournament.
And he wants to take this one himself.
Goes for the
Puts
turn.
a move, lost the handle on the ball, and now that's going to be a turnover. Grindeter swims right through it. They're coming back the other way quick. That's Berman with the ball. He's taking it himself. Lost a handle on it, but that's going to be a kick out.
Oh, you got to get a right back from up close there, but he didn't have an opportunity to.
Let's see what Huron can do right here with this man advantage. They're cycling it around, but they're taking a while between passes. That's killing off a lot of this man advantage. And that'll do it. He can come back in, so we're back to even strength. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Ordinary foul.
If you don't move the ball, you have no chance on a 6-on-5.
It's field block, but it stays with Huron. That's Berman who got the rebound. So they get a fresh shot clock. We are still even strength, of course. And now a nice 1-2 defensive combo there by Almeida and Flautner. Flautner is officially going to get the steal on that one. But Almeida just seems to be everywhere for Pioneer defensively right now. Long pass over to the wing, looking to get it down to a driver. That was to Worden. He draws the kick out. 6-on-5 for Pioneer. They get set up quick.
And again, dry passes. It's interesting to see these two back-to-back. Huron and Pioneer 6-on-5s. Oh, good defense there. Good hand in the passing lane.
That was a good job there by Bunnell. He was able to just kind of throw it. He saw where that ball was going, threw a hand up, and it got right in the trajectory of the ball.
I give Huron a lot of credit for hanging in this game with only 3 guys on their bench.
It's tough to play when you know you don't have a lot of people who can come in. But that's when you're just playing with all heart and hoping your slow burn of energy can withstand the whole game.
And arguably without your best player.
Very true. Pass tries to get it down into center, but a good job by Ruel to come out and get the steal. Pioneer coming back the other way. But a good defensive stop there by Huron.
That one's for you, Joe.
A delivery of refreshments has been made to us.
Yeah, I looked down and there are 2 green teas on the desk next to us. All of a sudden, like, hey, enjoy.
Mr. Biscuit in the basket is missing out on his favorite cool, refreshing beverage.
There are 2 venti green teas in front of me that I'm not going to drink, and I feel bad about because I don't like green tea.
You don't?
I'm not a green. Do you like green tea?
I'm a green tea guy.
Wow,
Must
good.
run in the family.
Good for you.
It's my lucky day, I suppose.
It's a big win for Chase.
We'll set that right there.
Wild stuff going on here at the broadcast table here at the MWPA State Tournament.
It's been a fun day. Huron has the ball, ordinary foul, kicks it down to a center. He wasn't even looking at the net. He tried to kick it out to a wing. Couldn't get enough on that pass. That's going to be a turnover. And here you're starting to see it a little bit. Huron's looking a little bit gassed.
You know, they really, if they're going to get back in this game, it's going to happen in the opening few minutes of a quarter after they've had the break.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they looked the best here at the beginning of the second half.
It's when they're going to have their little bit of energy recouped. They're going to come out swinging. But even though this Pioneer offense isn't necessarily what we've seen it be, just how much they pressure on defense and how quick they are to get back on offense, it's going to wear a team out.
That's great defense by treading your guy out into a corner. And look, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys more than 6 meters away from the goal in any direction, probably more than 7 meters away from the goal in any direction. And as far as probably about 9 or 10. And you're just not going to get anything going offensively like that.
Yeah. You're stagnant, you're spread out, no one looks like they want to shoot. It's hard to get points on the board in that environment.
Everybody wants to take a breath because they probably need it. And listen, this is a sport you burn some ungodly calories playing.
Absolutely. I was never without a pit in my stomach after every game.
And then it was filled. The unbelievable amount of food you can eat after a water polo game.
Unmatched, truly.
I watched one of my teammates put down 2 Qdoba burritos in a row and then asked for chips and queso.
I believe it.
Finished it himself, too. Stunning. Paul Barnett getting animated now, shouting out directions, trying to will his team on.
Someone's got to bring the energy to this Huron squad.
You can see that Huron bench, hands to face, a little bit on a pass that hit their own guy in the head.
Trying to force down a ball to Worden right there. A little bit too high.
At the buzzer blocked away. Tried for shot. That's where, okay, coaching point. If you're going to take a shot at the buzzer, unless you're one of these guys that can really, really rip the ball or skip it from long distance, your shot should have arch on it. It should be a bit slower. You got to hit him with a bit of a changeup.
Yeah.
Because what's usually going to happen is the goalie's going to pop early and start to fall. And if that ball's got a little air under it, takes some time to get to the goal, you've got better odds of catching that goalie off balance. Again, if you try to take a straight shot, from distance it's going to be way easier to block. And it's going to be way easier to read because you've got a good idea of the speed on it. That's all I got.
Yeah, truly. I mean, you see it a lot. Desperation shots come at the end of every quarter. And most of the time, if it's just someone trying to, heave it, every goalie's ready for it. And like you said, unless you're firing at a mile a minute, you're not going to beat most goalies unless they are just not looking.
So it's 4-1 at the end of 3, and Huron has done an unbelievable job hanging in this game against their crosstown rival Pioneer. This is for 5th place. These are 2 teams that have really battled hard. Obviously, Huron is shorthanded, and they were going to have less guys on the bench anyways than Pioneer with what Pioneer's brought here. Huron's done an unbelievable job shutting down Ben Warden after his opening quarter time and space. On the other end, Pioneer really is not giving Huron anything. Huron is not driven and really been able to do much on offense, but Pioneer's done a great job defensively too.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I don't think Warden is going to be able to make it to his cap number and goal total unless he really locks in this quarter. But nonetheless, he's had a phenomenal tournament. But great job by Huron to really shut him down. It's been very good defense on both sides of the ball. But now we are finally getting ready to start our fourth and final period of this fifth place matchup.
Next up, third place between Rockford and East Grand Rapids, two district foes. Know each other very well. Rockford, of course, made it interesting at the end of that game against Hudsonville last night. Got back within one, nearly evened it. Made it a bit sketchy at the end there for Josh Aaron and company as the 4-seed Hudsonville made the state championship game.
Very fun story.
East Grand Rapids kept Granville Jennison within two right to the end. A great game plan by Raheem Brown. Hung in there. Did their best, and hopefully that means we're set up for a good championship game.
I think it's going to be a rather fun one, I'm assuming.
I gave away one of your green teas, sorry.
Huron has it, trying to force it down into center. But good job there surrounding that one. Pioneer, they get the ball back. Now a long pass the other way. That's to Almeida. He's one-on-one with Grindeder, and that's going to be a kick out on him.
On the goalie.
Yep.
You know what? I appreciate that effort from the goalie.
I do too.
He didn't really have any other options there. Now a field player will go in, and it's essentially 6-on-4.
And a field player in the goal can only keep one hand up. So if you shoot it to the side that their hand isn't. But a great field block, and Huron's going to come away with it. Maybe rushing it a little bit was that Pioneer offense. But great job there by Huron to keep the ball out of the net with no goalie.
Wow. That's outstanding defense.
Truly. That was phenomenal.
5:45 to go in this one, and Huron's got a chance. They're going to have to start scoring soon.
Long shot taken from the top. Tried to skip it, but he skipped the ball at about 3 meters, and that one's kind of hard to get past the defense.
You know, I love the way Pioneer hits field block today. They've been outstanding. They really have not let a lot through to Ruel. He's been pretty clean since Huron scored their last goal.
And I noticed that 2 weekends ago, too, at regionals. A lot of shots taken from an offense against Pioneer don't even make it to Ruel. Everybody is just so ingrained on getting that arm up to field block immediately.
Oops.
And now
6-on-4 now.
And this one's an official 6-on-4.
Oh, there we go. Ben Warden again.
He's able to bury that one, put the Biscuit in the basket on a 6-on-4.
That should, I would imagine, do it with the way Huron has struggled to get it going offensively. Kind of might be the backbreaker. And Ben Warden, of course, now 18 goals on the weekend, wrapping up a phenomenal state tournament. You know, even if you're in the championship bracket, getting to 18 is absurd considering the quality of competition you're playing. No matter what bracket you're in, 18 is, it's eye-popping.
Honestly, and given the fact that he's only had 3 this game, 18 over 3-game span is nothing short of
6 a game.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
That's a crazy average.
So another 6-on-5. Paul Barnett's got 2 timeouts left on him. They got a little open space here cross cage. We've got a good lane to it right now.
But they try to force a shot quick, and that's the problem. On a 6-on-5, if you get the ball and you drop it and you pick it up and you wait and you wait and you wait some more, you should not be the one shooting it because everybody's expecting a shot from you. You got to pass that one off.
Yeah, exactly.
But now, of course, Pioneer back quick. And was that, who else but Worden is scoring that one? What a goal. He had 17 people on his back. Gets the ball. He had a teeny weeny little window where he could backhand that, and backhand it he did over the head of the defense, over the head of Grinder, and into the back of the net for his 19th goal of the tournament. Wow.
That's at least a hat trick in every game for him. Obviously, it was a little quieter here after his first half where he had the 2 goals, but at least a hat trick in every game. More than 3 goals a game or more than 6 goals a game on average. Insane, really an insane
ludicrous. I mean, that's one of the more dominant performances you'll ever see.
I've seen state MVPs that go through state tournaments in the way that defenses are able to shut them down. They walk out of the state tournament, make the state final, and they only have 7, 8 goals or something like that. So, outstanding.
Yeah, seeing 19 from an individual player over not even a full 3 games yet, nothing short of insane. And now they're looking to get it back to him.
They're thinking about a few things here.
Yeah, now kind of a desperation shot from the wing. He was actually he was sliding up closer and closer to 2 meters, which normally is the game plan, but when you're out on a wing like that, you're closing off your angle the more you slide up.
That's when you try to draw the goalie towards you and then maybe hit him with a back post lob. That's really your only play there from that angle, and that's Kai Whitaker who took the shot.
Now another long shot from the outside, tries to go cross cage with it. Just a bit too wide. 3:15 remaining in this matchup. Pioneer on top, 6-1. Getting it down into center, that's to Worden. But a good defensive play there. Number 6, Young was able to kind of track that ball and force a ball under the second. Worden got a hand on it.
I like that Worden continued to pursue the goaltender for a second because he knows Huron is tired and not getting up on offense quickly, and he's going to have time to get up and defend. Obviously, this game at this point, 6-1, not over, but offensively, the way Huron's played, probably just about decided.
Yeah. And a turnover was called, a contra foul, but a shot was still taken by Huron, which is going to lead to an unfortunate kick out.
Yeah, and this is probably an opportunity to draw one last one up, maybe get some subs in. Don Packard maybe go to his bench a little bit more, and maybe the same for Paul Barnett.
Who is that kick out on?
I actually didn't get 6.
Was it 6? Okay.
6 for Huron, that's Ethan Young.
Okay.
So it's up on the board right now.
Oh, yeah. It would have helped if I looked.
Good to have. Again, great setup here at Grand Blanc. We've obviously got the perfect view of the scoreboard right in front of us. We've got the 2 shot clocks in view. We're on deck, which is...
It's a little interesting going from this angle.
Yeah, low angle can be a little bit tough to broadcast from. You get some blind spots down here in this left corner. I typically am more of like, when we had the state tournament split between Hudsonville and maybe it was East Kentwood. I think we did the one year we did a dual host. We set up at Hudsonville in the front row of the stands to broadcast. And what that does is you're elevated, you're at center pool, and you have an excellent view of everything back and forth. Here, you get a better view of cap numbers and things. You can probably see a little bit more about what's being said in the water when people are communicating back and forth. So there's definitely a lot of that, too. Obviously, the camera angle might be a little bit better for viewership up top. But yeah,
it is harder to see stuff happening on past the goal.
Yes. But again, it's a great setup. It's a beautiful, brand new pool. I swam in that old Grand Blanc pool a number of times and played water polo in it. It was a strange shallow deep in that the shallow end was not really that shallow. So you were almost chest deep in it. So if you were a goalie in the shallow end, you're at a real disadvantage with those shallow end goals because the shallow end goals were still exactly as high. Mm-hmm. And jumping, you had a little bit more resistance from the water. That was tough.
I only had to play in one shallow end pool in my whole high school career, thankfully.
Granville?
No, it was, I don't think I ever played a game at Granville.
Oh, you wouldn't have because they didn't have a team for a while.
Yeah. No, I think it was Walled Lake.
Oh, tough. That's another tough one.
It was not fun.
Very shallow too, isn't it?
Very shallow. But it was fun practicing in the warm water pool for a while leading up to that.
Huh. That's an outstanding field block right there. And I give Ivan Wu a lot of credit. You know, at the end of the game, you're down 6-1. He just goes in there and gets the right hand up and sacrifices it for the block. It's outstanding defense there.
Nearly a perfect feed to Berman, but just a bit too far in front of him, and a good job to force that ball under was Flautner.
Yeah, Walled Lake is tough. You can't really tread up in the shallow end because of how close you are to the bottom. That was always kind of a challenge for us.
Yeah, but you can't touch the bottom as a field player. It was very awkward.
You can get away with resting on the bottom. You just really can't push off of it. So if you need a second, you can rest a bit.
Yeah. Now a long shot taken from the outside. Pretty uncontested.
Julian Keno on the goal. He had 2 in the game last night.
Fired that one. I don't think anybody was really ready for that one. It seemed kind of going uncontested into the back of the net.
Don Packard unloading the wagons again. Into the water goes the bench. 7-1 Pioneer. They are inches away from wrapping up a 5th place finish at the state tournament. I think probably disappointed with the number, but you can't be disappointed with the effort they put in these last 2 games to wrap this season up. Probably just disappointed with where they finished because they were inches from making that state semifinal, and that would have been an interesting game between Pioneer and Rockford too, just like the Hudsonville-Rockford one was.
But they got to play with the hand that they were given. And now here in this 5th place game, they are truly kind of all over the map with it. It's been a very dominant performance.
Looking around, Ben Warden's state tournament looks like it is done. And if it is, he's wrapped it up with a 19-goal performance, and outstanding.
One shy of 20 goals in 3 games. Yeah, I mean, that's just phenomenal. Now a bad pass is that's gonna kill off this clock. Trying to dump it, and he does, and nobody on Huron was really ready to go get that ball except for Grindeder.
Well, this was an 11:35 start, which was, oh, we got a timeout with a minute to go. Well, he wants to set something up, maybe unload the benches here, go get another goal or 2. I mean, you look at the schedule. This was supposed to start at 11:15, started at 11:35. So 11:15, figured the second game, or this third game was supposed to start at 12:30. Right now we are about 5 minutes behind that. And there's going to be the additional warm-up time for Rockford and East Grand Rapids in the 3rd place game. So we'll still be a little behind, but this game was fairly fast-moving, going to get it done in just about an hour.
But this game is, our next game of Rockford versus EGR is definitely shaping up to be a close one. And I would assume there's going to be quite a few goals that get put on the board. So it'll probably be, we're in line for 2 longer games, I would have to say.
I would imagine, yeah. Hudsonville and Granville-Jennison could be high-scoring. Did see some good goaltending in that. Honestly, I feel like some of the better goaltending we saw was in this bottom half of the bracket, but not to say that the guys in the West didn't play well. They absolutely did. But we did see the bottom half of the bracket goalies largely play extremely good water polo.
Very. It's been a fun 2 games, especially watching these goaltenders.
Minute to go exactly. Paul Barnett draws something up. Don Packard laughing it over with one of his defenders about something. Keeping it light here in the 5th place game.
And whatever play got drawn up is being very well defended and forcing an offensive foul by this Pioneer squad. They weren't going to let anything free happen. And now they're looking like they're ready to drain this clock.
Yep,
kind of go play 4 corners, if you will.
Now they'll go up the pool. I think he was just going to make them wait a little bit.
Yeah.
Now it seems as though they're playing a bit of keep away.
Oh, but a
Maybe
wide
not.
open driver. Grindeder reads it, though, and he's going to swim it out. And he's looking to take it the distance. He is a very fun goalie to watch. He plays with everything.
Yep, and what that did was it created a bit of an odd man situation for a second, and it allowed his man going up the pool to get some time and space to operate.
and a good opportunity to take a shot there. I know they want to kind of play for the last shot here, but you got to take shots, opportunities that you're given, which are few and far between from this Pioneer defense. But that'll do it at the end of regulation. It is Pioneer on top of Huron 7-1. So congratulations to Ann Arbor Pioneer. I know this isn't the direction you wanted the state tournament to go, but you won your last game. You are 5th place in the state, which is nothing to scoff at.
Nope, and a good season as well by Ann Arbor Huron, and they put up a good fight today. They defended very well today, and good performance from Max Greineater. Just couldn't get it going offensively, and that'll wrap it up for the season for both of these two teams. We'll head to the 3rd place game next. We move to an all-West top 4. East Grand Rapids and Rockford due up in about 14 and a half minutes. Welcome back. Michigan Water Polo Association State Championship Tournament, third place game, the consolation final between East Grand Rapids and Rockford. It's an all-West region top 4 here at the state tournament. Rockford here by way of a loss 9-8 to Hudsonville, who's in the state championship game. East Grand Rapids made it interesting last night. It was a one-goal game right down towards the end. A 10-8 loss to the Granville Jenison Co-op. Those two teams playing for the state championship. These two teams had a night to sleep on it, get back together, and play one last game together and try to get to the third place mark, which is the last place on the medal stand here in the MWPA. Harrison Watt, Chase Sutherland on the call for you as we wrap up the seasons of these two teams and prepare you for the state championship game. Obviously, if you were excited about watching the state championship game and you had it time for 1:45, you're going to have a little more time to wait than that. We are starting this game 25 minutes behind.
Just a hair.
That happened obviously because of the overtime in the 7th place game. Classic. We always used to joke about that back in the day, that the 7th place or the 5th place games are the ones that got people. We once played a game, I coached in a game at Granville against Pioneer when Will Hart was the girls' head coach. I don't know if I think he still might be.
I think so.
And we went to the state tournament. We played in the 5th place game, and we took that game to 4 overtimes. And it was a game we were heavily favored to win, but nobody wanted to put the ball in the net. Finally, we ended up losing that game in the 4th overtime. And by that point, everyone was looking around like, okay, can you guys be done now? But this is an opportunity for the kids to play out the end of their season. It's one of the things I love about the MWPA, that everybody gets a last game here and one last chance to hang out with their friends and play the game they love.
A commanding sprint win there by number 18, Thomas Hurst.
Rockford offense has been a little hot and cold this weekend for them. Good drive passes to start, and they go right into center. Good spacing there, but knocked down by Quinn Schneider, who just named All-State first-team goaltender. About that just a moment ago.
So we're expecting to see some more good goalie matchups here is what I'm hearing.
Absolutely. Evan Pierce at the other end for Rockford had a solid night last night as well. Quinn Schneider, of course, under the direction of the great All-Stater Raheem Brown, former All-State goaltender at East Kentwood. Outstanding water polo player. I think he had tattoos when he was like a sophomore in high school, too. He was very intimidating to look at.
I believe it. He's a great guy to learn from, though. He knows a lot about the sport.
He does. Very passionate about it. Very passionate person in general.
Great guy. Rockford gets the ball down into center, draws the ordinary, kicks it out to a wing, right back into center. Looking to move quick here. They got to go quick. Finally, a desperation backhand. Not a bad look, but Schneider was all over it.
I don't mind that.
Not at all.
No, especially after the Defina goal early. If you don't know what we're talking about, go back to the 7th place game and watch Julio Defina's first 5-meter that he attempted.
A missed 5-meter turned into one of the coolest goals you'll see.
A helicopter backhand from about 6 meters off the rebound of his shot that was stopped. You get to see great goaltending as that shot dies like a duck on the water there, right in front of Schneider.
Geskus, is that how you say his name?
It is.
Okay, he's been getting some looks down in center, but he hasn't been able to capitalize on any of them. But I can't imagine that's going to be the case this whole game.
You know what? You look at this roster for East Grand Rapids, too, and it's largely a very young one. 4, 5, 6 seniors on it, but got a lot of guys coming back. Ton of sophomores on here.
I believe they had a sophomore make first-team All-State.
I think you're correct on that. Cameron Dazimov.
Yes.
Goalpost for Rockford there. Kind of hit the outside of the goalpost crossbar intersection. And a beautiful lob shot. My favorite play in the game. My coaches used to abuse me verbally for how often I used it. Not actually. They weren't kind about it, though. They said I overused it. That was gorgeous.
That was. And you don't know who that reminded me a lot of? His older brother, Will.
Yes. Nothing like a
This
change.
Cheney is holding it down in center, just like his brother, and Will would always beat you on those lob shots. Very annoying.
The best guy I ever saw at it was a kid that played for Birmingham Groves back in the day, Davey Rogers. Davey Rogers had, it wasn't like a lob shot, it was kind of a slow, straight shot, and you jump early on it every time. Skip shot goes wide there out of the hand of Max Mitchell. But again, it was like a slow, straight shot. So you jump early and it would hit the top corner every time. And it was like kind of an in-between lob straight shot. Davey Rogers is the one that taught me how to do it. And it's such an asset to have, because the one thing that goalies really have a huge issue with in water polo is gravity. At some point, they're going to come back down into the water.
And that's why they're hard to get good, because everybody tries to throw up lobs, but they aren't really that functional until you get them dialed in properly.
No, the key with a good lob shot is East Grand Rapids puts one off the outside of the goal post. Is you want to get the goalie to come to you so that the back post is open. You need to put enough air under the lob to get it over the goalie, but not so much that the goalie will have time to back up and make the save.
It's truly an art.
That was a thing of beauty, too. That was a little bit of art that time from Davis Ward on the skip shot right side, 2-0 Rockford.
Another first-team All-Stater. That was just announced before the start of this game. Only Rockford so far on offense here, but we know what this EGR squad can do. It's just a matter of time before they get their first point on the board.
You know what? I feel better. Say Dazimov. We were right on that pronunciation earlier. It was written down for us.
Ah, perfect.
Thanks, Joey. Leaving us some notes. Want to make sure we get these right.
Of course.
Good crash defense for Rockford there. Rockford, obviously, since the turn of the millennium, the leader in state championships. Kind of right around the millennium, they went on a run of something like 10 out of 12. Always competitive, really good under a number of different coaches. And
they were certainly a team I never liked playing against.
No, it was a team that even you would play their B team and get beat 20-5 half the time.
Yeah, that was the case for my first 3 years of high school.
Eventually, the coaches started calling them Rockford Orange and Rockford Black or Rockford White.
Yeah.
Just to make you feel better, because you never knew if that was the A or B team.
You just knew you were going to get beat regardless.
You just saw Rockford on the schedule. And it made you feel a little better, because you're like, I don't know if that was the B team, but we're going to pretend it was the A team.
Exactly.
East Grand Rapids has had some great water polo history, too. 1 state championship.
Kick out coming. That's on 21. Mitchell.
Raheem doing some good coaching there. Wow. Great stop, knocking it down. Raheem Brown wants a timeout, and I like that timeout right there, down 2.
But that was a phenomenal save on 6-on-5 there by Schneider to keep that one out of the net, because that was a wide open shot. He wasn't fully set for that ball he wasn't set for that shot coming from that wing, but he was able to slide over quick and get big and block that one.
There are a few reasons I like that timeout. One, I didn't think Schneider had a lot of room to do anything with that ball after the fact. I think he could have found himself in traffic very quickly.
Yeah, if a crash came, it would have been a scary situation.
2, I think down 2, end of the first quarter, you want to stop the bleeding a little bit, get something going on offense. And I always love the use of an early timeout when you use it like this. And I think this is where he's saying, all right, Rockford's on a small run. They're up. Our chance here to get back into this game is right now. He'll probably save those other 3 for the latter parts of the game, assuming that this stays close. But it's always okay to use that timeout early. You can't take them home with you.
Exactly. And, yeah, it's obviously, like we saw in the end of our 7th place game, it was very convenient to have those timeouts at the end of the game. But especially in a game like this, playing against a team that's as good as Rockford, if they get the ball rolling, it's going to be hard to slow them down. So trying to call this timeout, A, slow their momentum, and B, if you can get a goal to pull this back within 1, that really kills off anything that they had going, because right now it is really all their way. So definitely a good timeout call by Coach of the Year, Raheem Brown.
Yes, Coach of the Year, Raheem Brown. I scored a goal on him one time. I will never forget it. It was at Ann Arbor Huron in a tournament. We were down 9-1, so I don't think he really cared. And it was a lob shot from about 7 meters, and he turned around and stared at me like I had insulted him. And the rest of the day at that tournament at Huron, I said I was going around like I scored on Raheem Brown. And everyone's like, you lost 9-2.
But you still got your goal.
I did get my goal, and it was gorgeous.
Yeah, that's all that truly matters.
I think the East Kentwood defenders were not paying attention by that point in the game. Wow. That's a great save by Pierce to track that. What you saw him do is his hands aren't together. His elbows are nice and wide, so he creates kind of like a diamond shape, and it's a big shape, and it's really hard to get around. He creates it and knocks it down simply.
Try to maximize the surface area he can cover. But good crash defense there. I believe Chu came away with that steal.
It's a great chance for East Grand Rapids at the other end, too. So I think Raheem Brown has gotten an emphasis across and has found ways to get the offense maybe getting some chances here and see if they can finally crack the back of the net. And they do! From the outside, Cameron Sadazimov.
He was able to fire that one. He got the pass coming, and I don't even think he was looking at the ball when he caught that pass. He was looking right where he wanted to shoot, and he was able to bury it. It was a slow shot. It hit the bottom corner, but it had everybody beat, including Pierce, and that's going to put EGR on the board.
2-1 Rockford. Sadazimov with the goal, and that's one thing we've seen from a lot of great goal scorers in this tournament is they've had to move out of center to get what they want. Ben Warden, one of those guys. The defenses in this tournament have been crashing at an outstanding efficiency.
If you have an offense that primarily runs through your center and you're matching up with a great crash defense, you're going to have to get creative and start moving your pieces around if you still want to get points on the board.
Center is a great weapon if you can create space, but if you can't create space and time, center is nothing for the most part.
And now a long pass going the other way for EGR, ordinary foul. They're going to have to kind of let the rest of their squad catch up.
Former All-Stater and All-American Ian Worst in the house. Just saw him.
No, another long shot taken. This one by Chu, and buries it with the equalizer.
I think Ian Worst might like that shot. I looked over to my right and saw him. And Oliver Chu did a nice Ian Worst impression from long distance, top left, and we're tied.
And that one, I think, truly caught everybody off guard. Nobody was ready for a shot there. But Chu got it, and he liked his look and let it fly.
8 seconds to go in the quarter, and Rockford on their heels a bit now. Buzzer beater. They don't even get anything off. Craig Peterman, both hands out. What are we doing? Got to shoot. It's the end of the first quarter.
We've had a 2-0 run by both teams.
2-2 the score after one. We'll bring it back. Second quarter next on the Biscuit in the Basket Network. getting a little warm in here.
It is toasty.
Had to go off with the quarter zip. I was just told by one of the goal judges, Zach Sneathan, Raheem just used your timeout rule. I don't know that it's my timeout rule.
I think you should get a trademark on it.
I don't know about that. I appreciate it. It's a nice compliment. I didn't learn it from, well, I mean, I don't think anybody's ever learned that from me. I think I learned it from other people.
EGR is just conceding with these sprints.
Yeah, I think they probably recognize Rockford has the right weapon for that. No use spending your powder.
Rockford always has some very fast guys.
It's not just that they're swim fast either, because it's not necessarily like a highly renowned swim and dive program on the boys' side. They're water polo fast.
Yeah, and those are two different things. You can be an All-American swimmer, but that doesn't mean you're going to be a good water polo player.
2-on-1 here for EGR. Opportunity to go ahead, and they do. Ethan Bradford.
He recognized that counter quick. He saw the ball was saved, and he was off to the races, and he was able to sneak past the ranks of Rockford.
3-2, EGR, a 3-goal run. We've seen some long goal runs here in this early portion of water polo. Obviously, that Seaholm game against Skyline. Into the center. Crash came, ordinary foul drawn, they play on. Quick shot, great stop that time. Desperation by Schneider.
He was covering about 80% of the goal when he got up there. That was insane.
He looked like a big dude. I don't know, I haven't seen him on deck standing up, but he looked like a big man.
Yeah, no doubt.
Took up a lot of the goal there coming up. And it wasn't just a wild swing, it was a very calculated swing at the ball. Into center and turned over. Oh, wow,
Ooh.
How did he get that shot off? Another one just wide of the goal post and out of play.
Wow. Davis Ward was truly about 4 inches away from causing absolute havoc 2 times on that EGR defense.
East Grand Rapids going to slow it up a bit. They hit the late man on the rush. He's got an opportunity here. Max Mitchell gave it to the near side. That's Whitaker Hill. Great name. Left-hander. Being a lefty, you need a name like Whitaker. Up top. Thought about it. Here comes Whitaker. Whitaker, the shot and an easy stop. That time by Pierce. Read it like a book.
Pierce was all over that. He tried to go near side with it. Pierce was near side, and that's not a good recipe for goal scoring.
5 minutes, 3 seconds and ticking here in the second quarter. 3-2 East Grand Rapids. They've got 3 straight goals. Rockford narrowly missing twice on the last possession. And turned over.
This EGR defense has really shaped up. After Rockford got those 2 goals, it's kind of like they know what Rockford wants to do. And right now, Rockford hasn't found a way to kind of counteract everything that EGR has been able to use against them.
I love watching Raheem Brown, very active coaching now. He's been to that lane 2 block down to our left and then all the way out to the 6-meter mark while his team's in the front court. There's another big stop by Pierce. He's going to log a lot of steps in this game.
He's a very mobile coach.
Yeah, he could get up kind of in that block area and get really close on defense and communicate.
Bad pass there, easy steal for EGR. They get the ball coming back. Right now, this Rockford team has been looking very flat on offense.
Into the set, opportunity for EGR. A shot, they score! Again, Ethan Bradford. Rockford needs a break. 4-2 EGR, a 4-0 run.
Ethan's got those last 2 goals, and it was really, truly due to him just getting good position on those drives. He's starting up at a flat. It doesn't matter which side. He did it on both now, but he works his way down, and he gets into good position. And this EGR squad is making some very solid passes. And so when they get those drives going, especially good ones like these from Bradford, they're going to be able to put some hurt on this Rockford defense, and that's what we're seeing right now.
The Rams have used the Harrison timeout rule. Down 2. Now, the scoring run happened. They got to the quarter break. That's kind of its own, manufactured timeout. Now they go down 2 and take it here, and that's kind of where you want to be against East Grand Rapids. You don't want to be down any further than that. I said it yesterday a number of times. that I am comfortable down 2. I am uncomfortable down 3. I'd like to take the timeout before I become uncomfortable.
And truly, I feel significantly better as a player if I'm down 2 and I score and now it's only a 1-goal game. Now you have the other team on the ropes because their lead is certainly dwindling. And it's uncomfy. You don't like being only up 1.
Yeah, and personally, and this is probably a dumb take, I'm a big believer in like momentum because momentum isn't just like a supernatural force. It's something the kids feel in the water. The kids have the vibe, and when things are going well, things continue to go well. When they don't go well, people start second-guessing themselves and creating their own mistakes. That's where I think momentum comes in, and I like to stop momentum where I can, or if I have the opportunity, really push it, not take that timeout if I'm on a roll.
Yeah, no, truly, it's a very real thing, and it has a huge impact on the game. You're always going to play better when you're feeling good, you're having fun, you're up, you're going to be playing better naturally. You're just on a roll, you're doing natural stuff.
The challenge for the coach that's ahead when that timeout gets called is trying to convey, look, we made them take that timeout. Here's a couple of pick plays on either side. They don't amount to anything except for a turnover.
Those are those immediately forcing a rough turnover pass. You got to let those play develop. Craig Peterman's a great coach. He's going to draw you some good plays. You got to let those develop and kind of see them through.
Look at 4 guys essentially on the center. There's a 5th defender in there too. Daring EGR to shoot from the outside now. Rockford in the middle that time looking for a call was Gabe Davis.
And now another bad pass leads to an easy steal.
Back the other direction.
And he's off to the races. They have numbers going fast.
Sadazimov for a 3-goal lead. No, denied.
Great save there by Pierce. He got up big and stayed up.
It's an outstanding stop by Evan Pierce.
We really have seen some phenomenal goalie work this tournament.
That's big. If Rockford comes down the pool and scores on this possession, remember that stop. Into the center and an exclusion. Just like we said, momentum changes at one end, can quickly flip on the other.
And that's huge for Rockford if they can convert here. But they got to dial in their passes, keep the ball dry. Don't hold it for too long.
Dry passes just like that Pioneer 6-on-5 we saw in that last game. Good shot blockers. Off the goalpost, rebound in the hands of the Rams briefly and tied up. East Grand Rapids has it. Went to the goalpost, the rebound came to the guy at the right post. He was underwater, I didn't get a good look at him.
I could not, that was a good look. He got the shot off, but he went up and pushed up.
Got to get on top of it and push down.
You're literally going for a slam dunk.
Into the center and an exclusion in the middle.
Cheney was a little bit too much over Bradford's back.
Up high, East Grand Rapids opportunity set up. 2 minutes even to go in the half. Down to the near side, to the goalpost, shot stopped that time. Might have been going high, and the Rams make a great defensive play at the center.
Bradford caught that one and kind of shot it off his back. And when you're that close and shooting from that weird of an angle, it's not good. Not a good recipe.
Liam Harkema really had to battle to hang on to that ball. That's a great play there. Strong play from the guy kind of in center D. The goalpost guy popped out a little bit higher than where the goalpost usually is and gave himself room to make that play. Chance for the Rams. Field block in the middle. Oh, you love it. Love the field block.
And that's why it's really hard sometimes when you're getting forced to take shots from the outside from a team that's crashing so much. All those guys crashing are going to know when that shot comes, you got to get your arm up. So you're really shooting, you're shooting that ball through a sea of hands. It's tricky.
Long left-handed shot from the outside, taken by Ray Stanley. That sounds like an old, Motown artist, Ray Stanley.
It does have a nice ring to it.
It's a great name. We've got some great names in this game. Taken away again by East Grand Rapids, Ray Stanley. 4-2 EGR as we bleed down towards the half. 43 seconds to go in it. Pass into the center, trying to make a turn here.
What a move.
An exclusion there in the center.
I think Chu wanted to keep fighting through that, but the kick out was called when he dropped the ball.
Look out, man behind. Great play to just get rid of that in time. Near side opportunity. They go back across the formation. Shot. Oh, and a save!
Saved it with his skull. It bounced off the crossbar, off Pierce's head, and it's lucky it hit the front part of his skull and not the back because it bounced out instead of in.
Wow.
He might have gotten his bell rung a little bit, but he did a good job of keeping it out of the net. And now ball going the other way.
Kind of a lucky stop there. Glad to have it. Here come the Rams. One last chance of the half. Field block again.
Wow.
Let's say Dazimoff again.
He must have a 7-foot wingspan because I have no idea how he was able to get a hand on that ball.
4:55 to go until the second half. Can't wait to get there. We'll take a break, though. EGR leads it 4-2 on a 4-goal run here in the third place game. Well, we're guaranteed just 6 more regulation quarters of water polo here today. Third place game is on. East Grand Rapids on a 4-0 run ahead of Rockford 4-2. As we start the second half, Rams in the dark caps, Pioneers of East Grand Rapids in the light caps. Really, I think since Raheem took that timeout down 2-0, the game is totally flipped. They were hanging in there, down 2, and I think Raheem said, we don't want to let this get any further away.
The Harrison rule for timeouts is really very prevalent.
I'm sure I learned that from another actually good coach, not me, who I won't bore you with the results of my head coaching career, but not as good as both the guys on these benches.
EGR actually went for the sprint that time. A bit of a mishap as the centering ring was not pulled away, but EGR wins that sprint.
Long shot, score. Oh, man. Wow. That is a backbreaker. Whitaker Hill, the lefty. That hurts because, 1, you lost a sprint, which you hadn't done all game. 2, they didn't really run anything. Rockford just dared him to shoot. He shot and he scored.
And that's when, as a defense, if you're playing that much crash and you're testing teams to shoot, and they start shooting from the outside and hitting those shots, you've got to really question your defensive strategy. And it's kind of a stinger.
Good defense there, and here's St. Dassimoff again. Rolling it up the right wing. So now, I think that probably was what Raheem said at halftime. Look, if they're going to slough off you, shoot it, let it go. And that should open up some space in the center for your centers if they start to come back out and defend it.
And now that's what you're seeing exactly. You're not seeing a slump. You're seeing pressure defense up at the perimeter and a one-on-one down at center.
Lob shot and a great stop. That was a perfect technical lob shot save that time by Pierce. He put his near side hand down to support himself in the water, his far hand up, and was able to just kind of mirror the shot down to the water.
I was never technical enough to get good lob shots back in my day. My coach would actually yell at me, Josh Jackson. He hated my lob shots. We had to leave that to our freshman, Max Nadolski. What a pretty nice lob shot.
It's a good water polo family, the Nadolskis.
3 very solid water polo players.
Out of East Kentwood. Turnovers on either end now. Rockford's last was a backhander that went wide to the right. I guess to the left if you're in the water. Right from us. And right from the goaltender. Up top, Rockford walking it in, thinking about it. They'll go down low. Inside move attempt. Good defense. Got to go get the ball now. Looked like the ball might have hit
the end line.
Yeah, I thought it did. Shot clock violation and a well-timed dump by Rockford to go across pool and give themselves time to get back on defense. 4:50 to go here in the third quarter. 5-2 East Grand Rapids in front. Into center. There's a crash there. Ball went actually opposite side of the crash, and that was just good defense in the middle that time by Reese Ward, the sophomore.
And we see, Rockford went back to their crash defense there. EGR still tried to force it down into center, and what happened.
Rockford was driving, and then they just stopped. And that lets EGR get back into good defensive position. Up top, looking for a little bit of a lane to do something with it. 4 on the shot clock, not going to have enough time.
They were running a double center, and it was a little too crowded. Long shot taken there by Cheney, and Schneider was forced to tip that, or he felt he had to tip it. Pushes it out of the field of play with shot clock expiring. That's going to give Rockford the ball back with a fresh 30.
Exclusion in the middle now.
That is on number 10, Stanley.
Stanley off to the corner.
Rockford doing a good job of keeping it dry and cycling it quick.
Wow, another good stop that time. It was kind of right down the middle, but those can be hard to get your hands up close to your face to make that save and push it out of bounds. It's kind of like in hockey. You see goalies with their hands in front of their face. That's another good one that time by Schneider. Same kind of save.
Cheney's forced 2 meters in 3 shots.
That space between your hand and your ear can be really tough to get your hand into, and that's where he tried to go. Now, You would rather go for the corners, but
That is the equivalent of a water polo 5-hole.
yes. I call it the donut hole right above the head.
Yeah, it's always fun. We would call it the donut if you could donut a goalie. Those are fun ones. And now another exclusion against EGR. Rockford's had this ball for about 2 minutes now.
Yeah, they've been down here for a while. Great defensive tip coming back that time by Ray Stanley. Great name.
Long pass over to the wing. Had a shot opportunity. Kicks it up to Cheney.
They had that goal post open for a second there. Oh, sidewinding skip shot. That ball skipped about 2 feet in front of him.
Yeah. Skip shots, you want them to skip as close to the goal line as possible because that's when you're going to beat the goalie.
When it changed their eye level and their hand level, you think your hand's going low. Goalies, the only way to get that is to try and get on top of the skip shot, but a lot of times you don't have enough time to do that.
Yeah.
It's like a ground ball. Just try and get on top of it and eat it up.
But a good tenacious defensive stand from EGR. Now another lob shot and in.
Oh, yes, I love the lob shot. 6-2 East Grand Rapids.
Beautiful shot there. Off the foul. Gets up like he's going to rip it and then slows up. Arcs it in and into the back of the net. That couldn't have been a more perfect lob shot.
He's very proud of himself. You can see Cameron Sadazimov with a gorgeous lob goal. And that's the key. You brought it up. Goes up hard like he's going to shoot it. And what happens is that makes the goalie pop. And eventually gravity's going to do its job. Bring the goalie back down. You hit the back post. It's an easy goal. Put the perfect amount of air underneath it to get it over the very tall and very capable Evan Pierce.
And truly, that's the best way to go about your lob shots is you kind of have to have a poker face. You got to get up like you're going to bury it and get everybody convinced that this ball is going to be flying in towards the net. And that's when you let up and let it float.
Yeah, the one time you really can't do a lob shot is a 5-meter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that I learned that personally in a lesson from one of my coaches during a tournament game, but, you know. I tried to throw a little bit of a spinning changeup, and let's just say it didn't go in the net.
Yeah, no, 5 meters, you just kind of got to grip it and rip it. And then hope if you miss, you get your rebound and you have a helicopter opportunity.
Yeah, Julio DeFina did that earlier for Birmingham City. I've never seen anything like that.
That was a stunner.
You know, 5 meters are interesting. That's a good thing to talk about while we're at this timeout break. You get a 5 meter, and everybody's kind of got their strategy. A lot of times you see the guy, you have to be in one continuous motion. So you'll see a lot of guys do the one long continuous motion for the shot. That is kind of the equivalent to the lob shot when it comes to the 5 meter because it can get the gravity working on the goalie. Mine was always, I wouldn't really tread up high. It would just be as a quick released, low right skip. And really it didn't let the goalies react because I wasn't showing the goalie what I was going to do.
Those ones were always tricky for me to dial in because you have to be pretty precise with your aim, but they are really good for beating goalies. If you can release that ball quick right after the whistle, you're going to beat a lot of goalies doing that.
Yeah, because they expect you to make a big motion, and if you don't, that's what gets them. And Rockford back within 3. How about it?
First goal of the half for the Rams, and a beautiful 1-2 play. It only took one pass for that goal to come.
Like what, Weston Leety? Was that 15 on the goal? Or was it
Harkema. Liam Harkema.
Sorry, wrong roster. Harkema.
Yeah.
Apologies, fans.
But he was able to get that ball down in center, step out, get up big, and just pretty much dunk it over Schneider. And that might have been exactly what the Rams needed to stay in this one.
Yeah, and the Rams just had to expend another timeout down 6-2. Exclusion here on Rockford. Opportunity for East Grand Rapids to reclaim that 4-goal lead they got in that Sadazimov lob.
Cheney's been holding it down in center defense for the Rams, but I believe that's his second exclusion.
Not a guy they can afford to lose.
No.
Into the goal post and a 5 meter.
Is that Bradford? Bradford has really been doing a lot offensively for EGR, and he got up on the post like he was going to dunk that one in. Those are some of the more fun goals he'll get to score in water polo. But he's getting pulled down from the back, and he's going to draw that 5 meter.
Up in Rockford, insult to injury. It looks like they've got an injured player off going to see the trainer, hopefully okay.
She was shooting it and buries the Biscuit in the basket. I got to play against him my senior year, and even as a freshman, he was a force to be reckoned with. He had a cannon.
Oliver Chu.
I think we're good.
Oliver Chu with the 5-meter goal. Shot goes off the bar and then pushed in. Rockford up to 4. Apologies, had a little bit of an equipment malfunction here. I think everything's okay. Connor Geskis buries it after a little bit of chaos. 7-4. East Grand Rapids with 2:01 to go in the third. So 1:50 to go here in the third as East Grand Rapids starts it back up on offense. They go into center. Crash comes. Good defense by Rockford down low. That is Henry Cheney. Pierce up the pool quickly. Actually, no. Long shot, the Rams score. How about this? A little bit of drama here. Davis Ward goes upstairs and in.
And Rockford has shown they are down but not out of this game.
Yeah, so Davis Ward puts that in off the underside of the crossbar. And Evan Pierce is out for Rockford. Evan Pierce has gone to see the trainer, so they're at the backup goaltender. That is 1A Sawyer Arts, the junior.
But he comes in and makes a save off the rip. I think EGR was planning on testing him. They took a shot from the outside. It wasn't the most aggressive shot in the world, but Arts was all over it.
Yeah, I think Evan Pierce's day might be done. Getting a lot of attention now on that near side. Hope he's okay. Near side, Rockford trying to get something going. They'll go cross pool dump. And Raheem Brown will take a little bit of a shower there from the spray of that one. 47 seconds to go, now to 42, excuse me. Rockford back within 2 at 7-5 East Grand Rapids. Game getting compelling again. Rams started down 2, and Sawyer Arts makes his first big stop. Up against the top left.
EGR is really trying to test him to see what they can sneak past him. But he's doing a good job holding his own in the cage right now.
32 seconds to go. Up top with it. Couple of pump fakes by Seydasimov. Couple of pump fakes again. Shot, maybe field block and save that time by Arts and Cheney. Now
but a good
Arts
collaborative effort to keep it out of the net. And now Rockford can play for the last shot here to pull it within 1 going into the 4th and final quarter.
Oh.
But a good field block there by Chu, and that'll kill off the third period. So at the end of the third, it is EGR holding on over top of the Rams, 7-5. Keep it here on the Biscuit in the Basket YouTube network. We'll be back for the 4th and final quarter of this third place matchup.
All right, fourth quarter here from the third place game. State championship up next between Hudsonville and Granville Jennison.
Energy in this crowd is very high. Both benches are rowdy. The crowd is rowdy. The players are ready to go.
7-5 East Grand Rapids has played a great game. Chu and Sadazimov and Schneider really have been the big ones for EGR. Cheney's been big time for Rockford.
He's been all over the map defensively for them. But he's got to play carefully in this fourth and final quarter. He has 2 kickouts.
Good news for the Rams. They go back to their starting goaltender. Looks like that's Evan Pearson there. Unless they've changed caps. That actually doesn't look like Evan Pierce. That is Evan Pierce.
I think it's him.
And stolen away. Here's the thing. I think we thought Evan Pierce was on the near side injured. I think that was somebody else. I think we caught the wrong number on that. And there was just a brief break needed for Evan Pierce, which is why Sawyer Arch went into that game.
Well,
I see who it is that was hurt now. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Misinformation.
Yeah, I guess I couldn't see the cap number either, who was sitting next to us getting checked out. But
fake news on our part.
Well, Arch did a good job. He held his own in the net.
Back up high, and Quinn Schneider is really upset with himself. That ball was going maybe a foot out of play, and he went over the top to tip it out. Just reflex. You don't want to let anything weird happen. Creates a 2-meter and an extended possession here for Rockford. They're playing 6-on-5 setup, 4 down low. Long shot, blocked.
Good field block there by Chu, able to get a hand on it.
That's the danger of that, is there are going to be more bodies down low to potentially field block.
And that's that double whammy from that crash defense is, A, you can't get it down into center where you want it, and B, since you're forced to shoot from the outside, there's still going to be all these people down low who are ready to field block.
They're crashing on center again, so they've gone back to that. They're going to challenge EGR to shoot, and they just tried to go to center.
And so that's the thing that these offenses have to pick up on. Is this defense crashing right now, or are they pressing up top? If they're pressing up top, try to get it into center. If they're not, you have to know as a point or flat, you're going to be an offensive threat here.
Exclusion in the center that time. That's going to go on Whitaker Hill, the lefty. One-timer saved that time. Schneider, he put it off the bar. It's EGR ball, and Raheem Brown called the timeout.
A risky timeout.
Craig Peterman, I think, was trying to argue that EGR didn't have possession of the ball.
I guess I didn't see exactly when Raheem called it, so I can't speak to it fully. But it looked like it was after it had already gotten tipped away from Reese Ward. And then at that point, it's surrounded by 3 EGR players. They're in possession.
He seemed upset about it for a second, but I think right call was obviously made there. It was a little, ball was bouncing around, and good time to use it. Get your goalie out of traffic.
Yeah, those are ones, especially in a close score game like this, you don't want to give up one where somebody crashing is able to tip it into the back of the net.
So it looks like Rockford is going to be down a body for the rest of the day, season, really, as this is it for them.
That's Gabe Davis, the senior.
That's a tough loss. He's a good player.
A very good player. I played with him, against him. He was a force.
Like every other Rockford player, fierce competitors. But you know Rockford, they've got a lot of bodies in reserve. We saw that last game here. I had 3 guys on the bench. Look at these 2 benches.
Yeah.
And, some of these might be JV bodies, but
I mean, especially like we were talking about it earlier, with Rockford, do they really ever have a JV team?
Good point.
These are all competent polo players who are ready to jump in and do their part.
Sadazimov trying to turn to the outside. Sadazimov's got room, couldn't shoot it though after the foul. Up high, long shot and a snipe!
What a shot! Was that 13? Yes, it was.
Brody Leet.
What a shot.
I only learned to pronounce that because the East Grand Rapids bench just started chanting Brody Leet, Brody Leet.
That was a He was pumped up after that shot, and I cannot blame him in the slightest. That was a sniper.
Well, it's also a big goal now.
Yeah.
Now you're 4:40 to go, and you're up by 3 again. And it might not be the backbreaker in this game, but that's a big moment for a guy that hadn't scored yet, and he was confident enough to take that shot and go for it. Schneider with another big stop. Rebound right to Rockford, but East Grand Rapids eats it up. Schneider's got to be careful not to swim backwards there.
Yeah, that was a little scary for him because he brought it back as he was moving back. And if that ball crosses the goal line, it doesn't matter who did it.
Side to side. Side to side is the goalie once you get the ball.
EGR moving quick, driving in. Now he's going to slide out. They're not playing with a center right now. Someone's going to have to drive in.
Look out. Say Dasmov can shoot this. He will center it instead. And, a little bit of a hook shot just went wide to the right. 4 minutes to go.
Honestly, very surprised that Bradford was able to even get a shot off there. But he stayed calm and collected in center, was able to get a move even with a defender on his back and one on each side of him.
And again, they're daring Rockford to shoot it from the outside here.
And it's been working in their favor. Rockford hasn't been dialed with their perimeter shots.
And they're drawing fouls inside 6, so they really can't do anything with that. Long shot, missed the mark by a lot by Cheney. 3:37 to go. 3-goal lead for East Grand Rapids, and that's where you get into the danger territory of about a goal a minute is the most you want to be down. And Rockford is kind of coming up in that place where they're going to be down a goal a minute.
That's when you really are getting into the danger zone, and obviously a stop here and a quick goal will change that, and the stop they get.
It was barely a stop.
I honestly thought, I don't know what I thought for a second.
3 minutes to go. Rockford down 3. They need a goal. They're going to
have
have
a golden opportunity.
Off the bar. Rebound. Oh, they draw the ordinary foul, and Schneider gets kind of bailed out there a little bit. That ball was loose for a second. Wow.
Reese Ward had a golden opportunity. He tried to do a little shove shot, wet shot, if you will, off the mark.
East Grand Rapids is going to play keep away now.
And with time being on their side, that's exactly what they should be doing. No point in trying to rush offense and give Rockford more time. But
here comes Brody Leet, though. Does he have another in him? Brody Leet to the middle. Brody. And somebody was inside, too.
Ooh, that's a stinger.
Down low. It looks like Ray Stanley got pulled inside, too, by his defender.
And that's exactly what you should be doing as a defense. That's a great heads-up play and a quick goal. Uh-oh. Number 3, Davis Ward, gets the ball down in center, and that might have been the first one-on-one matchup he's had all day down in center. And he sees the opportunity immediately, fires a backhand into the back of the net. That pulls the Rams within 2 with 2 minutes to go.
It's a backhand quick trigger. Both teams with 2 timeouts left. Rockford trails at 8-6 to EGR. We've had a lot of good polo today. 7th place game was excellent. This one is going to come down to the wire here.
Certainly it's another thriller.
Isolation here for Sadazimov.
And that might not be the person you want to leave in one-on-one.
I would agree with that. Down into center. Opportunity off the bar. Pierce got to find it now. Craig Peterman thinking about his timeout, won't take it. That was Ethan Bradford on that chance. Had some offense in this game. Rockford trying to pull back within 1. They kick it back out to the late man coming. Long shot. Scores! Skipped it low left. 8-7. And we got a timeout.
And you talk about momentum. Even though they're down by 1, this is the hypest this Rockford team has been the whole game.
Davis Ward from long distance on a skip shot that just sneaks past Quinn Schneider, the All-State goalie.
And yeah, that's definitely a good timeout right there by Raheem Brown. Kill off that momentum. Calm down his players. Obviously, they put up 8 goals against a very solid Rockford defense. Can they get one more right here, which wouldn't stamp this game shut, but it would certainly help their cause.
That's another me timeout rule right there.
Exactly.
Because it's a 2-goal run, and it gets within 1. I prefer kind of, let's say you're up 4 and you give them a 2-goal run. I usually try to call it there, but that's not an opportunity they had. He calls it right there, and that's excellent timing for him. You can do a few things here. You don't just have to draw up this next possession. You start to emphasize, okay, what happens after they get the ball back? What are we going to do, if we make a couple of stops? When do we get into our spread formation and spread the pool out? So I think that's, you have time to emphasize all of that. He didn't use a lot of that timeout. It looked like more of just a breather. He only used 1:10 of it.
But I think most of this is he's trusting his squad. Look at all they've done so far in the state tournament this whole season. He knows they know what to do. He's trained them well. He's just giving them that opportunity to breathe, remind them, hey, let's do this, this, and this. Get out there and do it.
All right, Rockford with an opportunity potentially to force overtime again. Would be their second of the day. Craig Peterman's got the timeout horn in hand, down 1 with 2 timeouts left. You can bet if there's a turnover, he'll probably look to call it. There is a turnover.
And great crash defense by Cheney. He was able to force that turnover.
I like that. It's going to be a setup timeout. So what he did, he let a few seconds go off the clock there. And what he was doing was making sure I'm not going to kill my team's chances at an odd man rush the other direction.
He wants to see if there's a counterattack that's able to basically force him to not have to use his timeout. When he saw it wasn't there, that's when he called it. Great coaching play there by Craig.
So he's still got 1 timeout left. Inside move, Rockford for the tie. It's over top and out of play.
That was a great backdoor cut there by Ryan. He kind of had a weird release on that shot and curved it up.
Their press is out of sorts now. Rockford's in the wrong spot. There's a man wide open on the far side. Now they fall back into press. Minute to go. Rockford down 1. They'll have a chance to get the ball back. Ordinary foul. They throw it into center and turned it over. Look out. Rockford still with their full timeout left.
EGR also did a good job of recognizing and getting back on defense quick. Long pass down into center. Shot taken. It's the post. It's a scramble. And Raheem Brown emphatically calls for the timeout the second that Cameron swam through that ball.
Wow. Schneider did a great job shielding that, and he turns to his teammate there, Ray Stanley, who helped him out on the crash. And Raheem Brown only, I think, has his setup timeout left. It was interesting that he was waving for the timeout, and he didn't have the timeout horn in his hand. That is something you always got to have going.
Yeah. But he was jumping up, getting big, signaling for that timeout. And now this is where, even though they don't have possession for the rest of this game, they want to play 4 corners, spread out big time, and kill off as much of the clock as possible.
So the key guy right now is right in front of us. Ethan Bradford's in a lot of space.
Yep.
So now they can go across the pool to that far side.
And yes, you want to spread out and keep the ball away from the Rams, but you also want to take it to their side of the pool. So it's kind of...
You also want to make sure that you don't have an inopportune turnover that leads to a counterattack.
Exactly.
Craig Peterman still has his timeout left.
Which we will be hearing that whistle in about right now, I would assume.
Craig Peterman calls it. That ball was up against the lane line, and the goaltender holds it. 11 seconds to go. Full timeout for Craig Peterman to draw something up to try and force overtime.
It'll be interesting to see how this one goes. I wonder whose hands it's going to end up in. If I had to guess, it'll probably be some drive play where Davis Ward will start on a wing or flat, and he'll make his way in. And the respective wing or flat who has the ball will get it to him and see what he can do. But now if you're Raheem Brown, we need to run a drop defense because it's been working for us all game. We don't want this shot coming from – there's going to be a shot.
The lower percentage shot is from the outside. 1, because it's from further out. 2, there's going to be more traffic if you crash because East Grand Rapids is a great field blocking team. So let them shoot from the outside. That's what I would let them do.
Force this shot to come from 5 meters, 6 meters. Don't let them get an easy pass down low and score.
Yeah. Now, the one thing is you probably, if there's an exclusion, unless it happens the first couple of seconds, you really don't have time to set anything up. Maybe you get a right back. So there will be a drive to hopefully open up some space if you're Rockford, but let's see what they choose to do here. State championship game coming up next. Obviously, that game was supposed to start 11 minutes ago. And we will have a little bit of a break before we get to that because the two teams need to warm up. And the broadcasters probably need a break.
Probably, definitely so.
8-7, East Grand Rapids. Rockford with the ball. Chance to tie.
And this one really is coming down to the proverbial wire. There's the whistle.
Up top, Rams get the drive going. Pick play didn't create any separation. There's a foul up high. Long shot. He pump faked. It's not going to count. That should do it. Schneider drains the clock. East Grand Rapids finishes third. An outstanding performance by the Pioneers. The Rams came back with a furious push at the end. Just did not have enough.
And that was truly an all-out battle between two teams. A phenomenal game. We've had some phenomenal water polo being played today. And that was really a battle down to the wire. Both teams had the lead at one point. It was never really certain. Yeah, EGR had a huge lead at one point in the game. Rockford was able to claw their way back and really play it down until the final buzzer sounded. But congratulations to EGR. You made your way to the podium, third place in the state.
That will do it here for the third place game. We'll take a break, bring it back. State championship between Granville Jenison and Hudsonville coming up next on the Biscuit and the Basket Network. beginnings of the state championship game in the Michigan Water Polo Association. Harrison Watt, Chase Sutherland on the call. It'll be the Granville Jenison Wild Dogs to our right in the dark caps, and the Hudsonville Eagle in the light caps. Hudsonville getting here by way of a 4th seed. They came in and were the 4th seed. These are two teams in the same district, not just in the same region. The Wild Dogs, of course, boasting one of the better players in the state in the last several years in Ty Vanderwall, the senior. Today's officials on the game, Dan Edgemont and Jonah Camus.
The co-op also has the state MVP, Oliver Ottenwest.
Yes, outstanding player.
They've got one of the better 1-2 combos you'll see in all of water polo. I certainly never liked playing against those two. They were very good.
Tough players. The Eagles in the white caps go left to right. The Eagles kind of had their dynasty broken up a few years ago, and this has kind of been the one that's replaced it in the vacuum, this Jenison Granville team. And Jenison Granville in the dark caps to our right. Starting goaltender for Jenison Granville will be Connor Creighton. Tegan Sorensen gets the start for Hudsonville, who wins the opening sprint. Josh Arendt and company had a heart-stopping 9-8 win last night to get here, as Hudsonville took out Rockford right down to the wire. Jenison Granville had to battle to the finish with East Grand Rapids, a 10-8 win in the state semifinal to get here. Hudsonville setting it up right away. Outside 6, he can shoot if he wants, he will, and he goes way over top of the net this time. Connor Kilgore let it fly and missed everything over the top. Down the left side, here come the Wild Dogs. Conglomeration of Wildcats from the Jenison School and Bulldogs from Granville. Into the center opportunity. Great defensive play down the slot. Wow. That's a great play coming back by Kilgore, who jumped the route and picked it off.
That was a good pass there by Ty, getting it down into Ottenwest at center, but Kilgore was all over it.
Little space given here on the outside. That is Brendan Lawrence, had a little room, draws the foul. You can see there's not a lot of room in center right now, the way they're playing defense. From way outside, they score! Hudsonville draws first blood. Aiden Bale shot it left side. It's 1-0 Eagles. Aiden Bale had a great day yesterday.
That was a phenomenal shot. He's just sitting up top. He's not getting a lot of pressure. He's going to let it fly. And he buried that biscuit in the basket for our first goal of the matchup.
We are 1 minute and 15 seconds in. Wild Dogs trying to draw back to even here. Big crash in the center. Daring him to shoot from the outside. They will. Shot off the crossbar. Picked up here by Hudsonville, who looks up the pool. They got nothing in transition, and they'll just wait this one out. Shot came from Easton Vandermeer. Down, inside pass picked off there by Jenison Granville. Jack McCrum. Had a busy day in the state semifinal yesterday under the direction of Connor Meyer and company. J.R. Vanderwall, Jared Thornton, Chloe Graverson, the assistants for the co-op. Of course, Chloe Graverson and Jared Thornton, longtime Granville coaches. J.R. Vanderwall, former assistant. We've got an exclusion in the middle here. Hudsonville's got a chance to take a multi-goal lead now.
That was on number 3, Ottenwest.
So it is Ottenwest to the corner. They're playing a 3-on-3, 6-on-5. Just passing it around the perimeter. Down low, shot off the goalpost. Connor Meyer trying to say that ball went out of play. Up top, hung on to by Hudsonville. Not going to get the call there. 6-on-5 is over. New shot clock after that shot. Hudsonville puts it back into play. There's a little bit of space at center, but you can see that there's a little bit of a cheat down to the middle. Turn attempt here up high. Popped and put back into play. Flip to the near side. 12 on the shot clock for the Eagles. Cross pool pass. Otten West aggressive on that ordinary foul. Trying to go into the center. Nobody there. Back to the near side. Opportunity stop this time. Connor Creighton got up and made a two-hand save up against that corner. Nearly snuck through, but just got both hands in there.
He did a good job of reading that one. He was tracking the ball well.
Wild Dogs on offense. Cross zone pass. Exclusion in the middle. And that is cap 5 for Hudsonville.
Rivas.
Lucas Rivas off to the corner. Couple pump fakes trying to get that 6-on-5 going are the Wild Dogs. Turn, inside move, goaltender's there, took it away. An ordinary foul drawn there.
Great job by Sorensen to come out and force that steal.
That's aggressive net minding by Tegan Sorensen. Good call on your part. And he shielded it off too without putting it out of play. 3:20 to go in the opening frame. 1-0 Hudsonville in front in the state championship game. Up top, Kilgore trying to draw something. Drives coming. There's double drives down that far side. Rollover shot and a lob. It hits the back goal post. It stays out. Look out.
Scramble for it.
Going in on that rebound was Andrew Barnes, the junior, wearing 11. The Wild Dog without a cap. Up top. Wild Dogs trying to get something going. There's a long shot. Great field block in front. Two shot blockers in front did the job and picked up cleanly by Sorensen.
Everyone got up big. When they saw Vanderwall get fouled outside 6, you kind of assume he's going to want to shoot that one. And so everybody in their mother on defense got up big for that field block.
Yeah, Ty Vanderwall, the man without a cap right now, if you're looking. Up top, Kilgore flips it back. He saw a little bit of traffic coming from behind. Kilgore thinking about it, got a man coming, takes the shot, scores!
He had crash coming from every angle, even up top, but he was able to get that shot off and bury it past Creighton.
Connor Kilgore, it's 2-0 Eagles. Here late in the first, Josh Arendt, pump of the fist. Going to the bench here, and you can hear the crowd getting into it above us. We thought this would be a really good game. These are two teams that had to battle hard to get to this game. The Wild Dogs, by seeding, you would call them the favorite, but these are two teams very familiar with each other, well coached, with some great athletes on both sides. This is by no means a foregone conclusion in either direction. To the far side, Wild Dogs would like to get on the board here. Foul way outside. A little bit of space here on the top. That's Vandermeer. Thought about it, goes back across the formation. Into the center. Opportunity for the Wild Dogs. Just an ordinary foul. Kick back out. Right back into center. Opportunity. Crane shot. Skipped and scored.
That's Vanderwall putting the Bulldogs, or the Wild Dogs, on the map.
He is a Granville student, Ty Vanderwall, one of the better players in the state. Skipped it low to the right past Tegan Sorensen. It is 2-1 Hudsonville as Jettison Granville's on the board.
And that was a really good chemistry play between Vanderwall and Otten West. Ty had it down in center, got fouled, kicked it out to Otten West. Otten West immediately looked to get it right back to him for that quick score.
And momentum might be shifting here. Ooh, and they're going to say that that's Hudsonville's ball. In the center, put back in play, charging to the front of the goal, and a 5-meter called.
A very tenacious play there by number 9, Wyatt Clapp. He was fighting all the way through the contact. Ooh.
That's Otten West's second already in the first quarter. That's a big issue. Here's the 5-meter and a goal. 3-1 Hudsonville. Big momentum swing for Kilgore on the goal as he communicates to everybody.
And that is a really scary thing for the Wild Dogs here. Having your state MVP have 2 kickouts before the first period's even over, that's not a position you want to be in. And you can already hear Kilgore called it out. Drive him in. Make him make a mistake and get that 3rd kick out.
They're going to keep him in the water for now. I think that's what he said, correct?
Yeah.
Up top, long shot, goal post, rebound. Vanderwaal's on it. Big muscle play there by Vanderwaal.
How did he retain possession? He had 3 people all around him, and he was able to get that ball and draw that kick out. That was a phenomenal play.
That's outstanding work by Ty Vanderwaal down low. Uh-oh, look out, taken away! Ottenwest wasn't paying attention, and Ottenwest has been excluded.
Oh, I think the timeout came before.
And the flag has gone up. Ottenwest is, I believe, done. Oh my goodness, there's 1:06 to go in the first quarter. We're going to find out. Chase, I'm going to let you hang. I'm going to go talk to the score table about this. I think actually the officials are talking over
if the timeout came first.
The timeout came first, because if the timeout came first, the exclusion never happened.
Yep.
And Josh Aaron might lament that later.
Well, I guess we'll have to see.
We're going to see if we can get an explanation from our officials here in just a moment. It has gone eerily quiet in here. Hudsonville's off to a 3-1 lead, and Ottenwest is on the bench right now. Dan Edgemont and Jonah Camus are talking about it. And Oliver Ottenwest is sitting alone on the bench. They have substituted for him. We're going to see if we can get an explanation.
Say that. Thank you.
The cap number was changed. So for those listening, our apologies. Thank you for those who reached out and corrected us.
But
not somebody I see every day, so I just want to make sure I get that right. Ryan, every compliment I've given to Tegan Sorensen, give it to Ryan Wiles, the freshman. I remember this. I was talking yesterday to somebody about Ryan Wiles because he played well yesterday.
I suppose we grabbed the wrong updated roster.
Yes, I think we did. So thank you for those who are reaching out for us. We'll take accountability. Happy to do it. So Oliver Ottenwest's state championship game is done. He has been excluded 3 times in the first quarter. State MVP for the Wild Dogs.
Good play there, though, by Vanderwaal to force that steal.
In for him is going to come Cap 6, a freshman here for Jennison Granville. Look at that pronunciation for you shortly. We'll say that his first name is John.
I believe it's DeWall Malafite, because I believe I've commentated some of his sister's games.
DeWall Malafite, we'll call it. It is an exclusion in the center here on Hudsonville. An opportunity here to get back within 1 for Jennison Granville. They do. Big shot this time from Jack McCrum, the senior. 3-2 Hudsonville, 1-goal game. Jennison Granville used 1 timeout in the first after losing Ottenwest. That's tough. You feel for that kid. He just ended up in 3 challenging situations. DeWall Malafite is the pronunciation. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Of course.
You never want to see somebody get excluded like that. He wound up in 3 situations where you get excluded, and it happened.
Very unfortunate, but that's just how water polo goes sometimes.
Up high, Hudsonville is going to have it for the last shot of the first quarter. 5 seconds to go. No shot clock.
They're holding that at mid-pool.
Kilgore tries the long lob. It goes up and out of play, but that is the end of the first. 3-2 Hudsonville.
A very eventful first period.
Extremely. Jenison Granville trails by 1. Take a break, bring it back. Second quarter coming next. We are back. State championship game. We go to the second quarter. Hudsonville out to a 3-2 lead over Jenison Granville. The kind of the storyline of this one so far, state MVP Oliver Ottenwest fouled out in the first quarter. Just kind of wound up in 3 compromised situations and fouled out. It happens, and you feel absolutely awful for that kid who, obviously wants to be in this state championship game. And I've been in situations where I fouled out in big games before, and you just feel terrible. So.
And yeah, I mean, it's not like there were egregious plays on his end. One of them was a 5-meter. It just kind of happened. Someone's going to get that call. One of them was in transition. You turn wrong in a transition, and you can get kicked out. So it's unfortunate, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah. Try to have empathy for those situations, because that's something that kid's going to think about for a long time. And again, like I said, I've been fouled out in key situations before, and I still think about him too. And thinking about Oliver as this game goes on, and see, he's going to be on the bench cheering on his teammates, see if they can pick him up here. These are 2 good teams absolutely battling, though. And we've got an exclusion here. Impeding. That's on Jack McCrum. Jenison Granville doesn't like the call. Hudsonville working it around the outside. They're working that 3-3, 6-on-5, trying to spread the defense out. Maybe skip shot, and he skipped it a little too far away from the goalie. It might have hit a wave and went over the top.
That one definitely bounced very, very high. It almost made it over the safety net.
Not much of a safety net if it doesn't block anything, is it?
Yeah, the net.
15 to go on the shot clock. Wild Dogs trying to even this one up. Good inside turn move. Ty Vanderwall draws the 6-on-5. Up top, Vandermeer with it, looking around, trying to get something going. Vanderwall down low, along the goal line. Sharp angle shot and a save by Wiles. Ryan Wiles in goal, the freshman for Hudsonville in the state championship game. New shot clock thrown across the formation. Opportunity here, a little space cross cage. Another exclusion, going to be a 6-on-4.
Jenison has 5 seconds of a golden opportunity.
And they hit the goalpost. Rebound, score!
Wow.
Alone in front that time on the rebound was Easton Vandermeer. 5:54 to go in the second. Tied at 3. Bouncing back are the Wild Dogs.
It looked like Hudsonville was going to get out of that one, but the rebound went right into the hands of Vandermeer, and a perfect opportunity. He had to just bury that one in the back of the net.
I love this. Competitive, back and forth. 2 teams that know each other well, 2 teams in the same district. Kind of the 2 most recent eminent dynasties in the MWPA. Hudsonville stuck out towards mid-pool and just drew the ordinary foul in time. Now they got room. Pass kind of handcuffed his man. 14 on the shot clock. He can shoot from there if he wants. He will. He scores!
What a shot.
From long distance that time, Aiden Bale. 4-3, Hudsonville retakes the lead.
That was a really good play. He knew the second he drew that ordinary, he was going to shoot it. But instead of just getting up straight and firing it, he kind of got up and fell on his back while he was in his shooting motion, which gave him separation past the shot block of his defender. And he's able to bury that one cross cage to put Hudsonville back on top.
1 goal lead for Hudsonville again. Wild Dogs trying to even it back up. 5:25 to go in the half. And we've got another exclusion in the middle here. Hudsonville starting to get into trouble with that. Pass across the formation. There's a lefty shot. Skip shot off the underside of the bar and in. Wild Dogs tie it back up. Jack McCrum. 5:11 to go here in the second.
And that was a missile there from McCrum. And we talked about it earlier. If you want an effective skip shot, you got to skip it right in front of the goalie's face. And when you're shooting a skip shot from the wing, those are going to be very hard for any goalie to track. You just got to get big and hope. But McCrum placed that one perfectly. And that was the equalizer at 4.
Hudsonville's already used 1 timeout in this one. I think. Was that not Jenison Granville's timeout? We'll have to go back and check the book for that.
No, it was Hudsonville, because that was right when
6 on 5. Yes, yes.
right when Oliver got his 3rd kick out.
Correct. Vanderwall looking up the pool, trying to get something going here. Wild Dogs starting to heat up a bit offensively, and another exclusion in the middle.
Is that another one on 11?
It is.
That's 2 in a row for him.
That is Andrew Barnes. I believe that's his 2nd. And it's going to be a timeout for Jenison Granville as we check the score table here. Man advantage here for the Wild Dogs, as that is the 2nd exclusion on Andrew Barnes. So some foul trouble early in this game for both teams. Into the middle, Vanderwall, and a save that time by Wiles. Wiles in trouble, and he draws the ordinary.
It was honestly surprising Ty was even able to get a shot off there. He had 2 people that looked like holding him back, but he was able to get up and force one, but a great save there by Wiles.
Just an outstanding player. This one is turned over and given away and taken into the corner by Creighton, who is pursued hotly for just a moment.
Jenison had the lead. They had their 1-goal lead, but then it was all Hudsonville from there. And now a long, long pass out of the field of play, and that's going to be a turnover.
And we've got an exclusion in the center here.
In transition, now it'll be on McCrum, number 2. I believe that's his second.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. 2 really good players in serious foul trouble. One is gone already for the Wild Dogs. They're going to go to the bench. Up top, Hudsonville trying to get it going here on the 6-on-5. Sharp angle, the winger goes right back up top. Here's Bale, the shot, and a save that time by Creighton.
That one was low and outside. It would have, if Creighton wasn't there, it was going to go in for sure. But in transition, a contra foul was called, so it's going right back Eagles' way.
And we've got an offensive quickly, and turnover, and now Ty Vanderwall's got a little bit of room. Swimming into a crowd now as the Wild Dogs trying to get something going. They've got something going in transition now. They've got numbers. Down that right side, spinning off, back up high, and a bad pass just missed. Bale has decided to bail out on defense, and he's going to hang out down at the other end. Shot handcuffed the goaltender Wiles, and the Wild Dogs have taken the lead. Noah Miller on the goal.
There's that 5-hole we were talking about earlier, or the goalie getting affectionately known as donutted, where the shot goes right over their head, and when they try to save it, they make a big O-ring with their hands. But the ball was still able to find its way through and into the back of the net. That's going to give Jenison Granville their first lead since they originally had it 1-0 at the start of this game.
They're going to want that one back. I think Wiles, who has been really good for a freshman in this tournament, it just kind of got in tight on him and handcuffed him. Thought about the shot, draws an ordinary foul. Now he can, he will, he shoots and scores! Oh, he caught the goalie napping! Lucas Rivas on the goal. It's 5-5.
It looks like he thought he wasn't eligible to shoot that one. I guess they're saying maybe an arm wasn't up. I honestly don't remember. I wasn't looking. But regardless, you still have to be ready as a goalie for a shot to be coming. You shouldn't be looking at whether they're going to shoot. You got to be ready for a shot to come regardless, in my opinion.
Tied. Both teams have used a full timeout. Inside 3 minutes to go in the half. 5-5 to score. Wild Dogs on the attack. Their offense has picked up these last several minutes. Down near the goal line. Back up high. Opportunity here for Vandermeer. Long shot deflected. Scored! Oh, it hit the field block in front and went in.
That looked like it was, unfortunately for him, Aiden Bale deflected it past the hands of Wiles and into the back of the net. That one stings. Obviously, you know, that is nothing of what his intentions were for Bale. Just unfortunate that that's how it worked out.
Those are rare. 6-5. Jenison Granville retakes the lead. Vandermeer another tally. You know, I give Jenison Granville a lot of credit. They lose the state MVP. One of your other players is in foul trouble, and they're just hanging in there, and they're back ahead. Bale thinking about it, lost the handle. Bale thinking about it again, draws another foul. Now it looks like he's going to shoot. He goes up with it, he shoots it, and he hit the crossbar. Bale playing a little bit of hero ball here in one-on-one. Just could not crunch and get on top of that enough.
But this Hudsonville offense is not really moving. There's not a lot of drives. Everybody gets to a position and just kind of sticks there. Nobody's even releasing to get passes. So I don't really blame him on that one.
No, but what Bale is doing has been very effective. He's still getting the chances. He's still scoring on them. Sharp angle here for the Wild Dogs and turned over, it looks like. And nope, just an offensive, and the Eagles will pick this one up. Thought that was potentially an exclusion, but the ball wasn't there.
I guess just a loose ball foul.
Rivas has it now, up high with it. Eagles got a chance in tight. Ooh, juggled by Creighton and stopped. Tried to go short side lob, which doesn't typically work, but it was juggled by Creighton that time.
I don't think he was quite ready for that shot to come, but he made it work.
Up high, Vandermeer gave it to Vanderwall. Vanderwall one-on-one. He's got room, and he's got a size advantage. Draws the foul. He's outside. He's allowed to shoot, and he will lob it over top of the net.
See, we're at a bad angle right now, or at least I am sitting down. I thought that was on the money.
just a little high over top of the bar. Hudsonville trying to get this one back to even. They led most of the half, and the Wild Dogs punched back. Thrown into center, and wow, they get an ordinary foul quick, and that's a big break for them because that was about to be a turnover. Rivas up high with it.
They're looking to get it right back in. It is a one-on-one matchup down in center, but Ty is slowly drifting as a crash.
Bale thinking about it, took the shot, blocked away. Nice play in center D that time by Vandermeer to get a hand up. Up the pool, here come the Wild Dogs. It's Noah Miller who had that big goal earlier to tie the game at 5. Down into the corner, 28 seconds to go in the half, 9 on the shot clock. Up high, Vandermeer's got room and he can really shoot it. Vandermeer walks it in. Vandermeer gave it away. He had a good angle. It's going to be a shot clock violation. And Josh Aaron wanted an exclusion for hanging onto the ball too long after it, but will not get one. Here's Rivas. Rivas, shot saved by Creighton. 10 seconds to go in the half. Creighton is going to give it to Vanderwall. Vanderwall got a chance to take a 2-goal lead at the half and blocked away here by the Eagles. That'll do it. Halftime from Grand Blanc. Jenison Granville's in front 6-5 in the state championship game on the Hudsonville Eagles. We'll take a quick break, bring it back. Second half up next. All right, second half here from Grand Blanc of the state championship game. Good first half. Hudsonville got out in front. Jenison Granville able to respond, get back in front at the half. Both teams have 3 timeouts. Jenison Granville has the issue of missing the state MVP Oliver Ottenwest, who fouled out in that first quarter. Kind of a big loss for them, but a very deep team. Jack McCrum also with 2 exclusions on him. For the Eagles, Andrew Barnes wearing 11, one of their defensive stoppers, has 2 on him. Eagles offensively have really relied on Aiden Bale in this game so far.
And he's been showing out. His moves up top where he's able to draw a foul and get some shots off. Not all of them have landed, but he's definitely making it harder for them to just run a drop all of the time on defense.
Well, they ran one there, a little lob, and Creighton read that one cleanly and makes the stop. Wild Dogs with an opportunity to take their largest lead of the day on this possession. Up the pool, got some room. Defense coming from behind. They draw an ordinary foul. Up top opportunity, dropped. Wild Dogs go back up high with it. Vanderwall in one-on-one. Ordinary foul. Got to go backwards and put it in play. Vanderwall's open. Big stop by Lyles. And hung on to by the Eagles. Oh, if they had gotten that right back to Vanderwall, he was wide open at the right goalpost.
And kind of an unfortunate ordinary foul call there, too, for Vanderwall. He was still holding on to the ball when the foul was called. He didn't really get a chance to play through the contact.
Up high, Hudsonville trying to even this game back up. Big move down low and an exclusion down in center. Or I guess off center this time. That's Noah Miller to the corner. Coach is calling for the hands up, trying to get something here as Hudsonville to even this game. 10 seconds to go in the exclusion, 17 on the shot clock. 5:30 to go here, third quarter, state championship game. Bale once, twice, 3 times, fakes it, passes it off near side. Sharp angle shot, stuffed by Creighton against the goalpost. Big stop by Creighton, tried to go short side. Bale didn't really have a good lean to the net. It was Kilgore that tried to go short side. Inside pass, defense comes back and crashes. Now an opportunity for the Wild Dogs to back it in. Opportunity here and taken away. Rivas. And we've got a kickoff that time by Aiden Bale. Josh Arentz thinks that call was sold, and a big stop this time. Ryan Wiles got the right hand on it, knocked it out of play. No exclusion on that kickoff. They're going to give it just the offensive foul on Bale. Near side, working it. Couple pump fakes, sharp angle shot, saved by Wiles. Wiles turns and protects it. The freshman with another heady play in goal.
Ooh. They called the foul there, I believe, on Vanderwall, but it looked like he made a good move to push a ball under.
6-5, Jenison Granville. Neither team really able to separate yet. Foul down in the center. Down there for Hudsonville, that's Wyatt Clapp, the sophomore. Back up high, Bale thinking about it, end of the shot clock. Bale fakes, turns, shoots, and a save by Creighton this time. Eagles going to have to get something going other than Aiden Bale from distance. Josh Arentz got his hand on the timeout horn. I wonder if he's thinking about it here. Drop defense coming. Wild Dogs inside move, and Ty Vanderwall scores.
He was in the best position he could have been. Hudsonville saying he was inside too, but it looked like he was right on the line waiting for that ball. He saw it coming his way, and that's when he made his move.
I also thought he might have put 2 hands on the ball. It was kind of close, unless that was the defender's hand that I'm seeing, which obviously couldn't be the case.
I guess I didn't see that, but that very well could be.
But Vanderwall makes an outstanding move and gets himself right into the right position to make the play and score the goal. Now they're up 2. And it's the biggest deficit of the day, and Hudsonville has really struggled to get it going on offense since their early lead.
it's truly been all, at least recently, it's been all Bale. We haven't seen too much with Kilgore, and he's obviously a very strong player.
Those are the two guys for Hudsonville. Somebody else is going to have to come up with a big goal here. Lob shot, bar down! Oh my goodness! Rivas right on cue. A bar down under the right side, and Creighton was not ready for it.
You truly spoke that one into existence. I mean, he must have heard you say that. She was like, oh, you need someone to step up? I got you. And he lets that one fly.
About 2 seconds later, Lucas Rivas, the sophomore, with a big-time goal. 3:30 to go in the third, halfway through the third. Wild Dogs in front 7-6, trying to make it 8-6, and they do! Big shot that time from Miller. Cross cage on Wiles, it's 8-6, Jenison Granville.
That was good passing right there from the Wild Dogs. They're able to, move the ball around up top, and that was able to fully get Wiles off his hips, and that shot came in the perfect spot.
You can tell Josh Arndt really trying to hang on to that next time out. I think if it becomes a 3-goal deficit, that's probably where you'll see it. Bale is out near mid-pool. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Right side into center and canceled out. Nearly gotten back by Hudsonville, but kind of a half-hearted attempt at it. Taken away by the Wild Dogs. Up the pool, opportunity for the largest lead of the day for the Wild Dogs. Vanderwall got men coming. Crashed there on center, and they tried to take it away and just couldn't get to the ball under and fouled. Up high with it. Vandermeer thinking, shoots, goal post.
Skipped it too far away from the goalie.
Yeah, that's a good call. The other thing about that is it seemed like he had a lot of time, and
he really telegraphed what he was doing.
Yeah, maybe overthought that one a bit. Eagles trying to get back within one here, 2:23 to go in the third quarter. Both teams with 3 timeouts. Wow, long shot that time by Hudsonville, and Graham Sarber just trying to get something going. Missed the net probably by 3 or 4 feet high. Here come the Wild Dogs. Opportunity again for a 3-goal lead. Vandermeer, and he had the ball, but they're going to call an offensive on Ty Vanderwall in center. Up the pool. Bale is one-on-one with a little bit of space. There's a second defender coming. He backs it out, goes over the top right into traffic, turned it over. Great play by the Wild Dogs to get back to that one, and Bale just not watching for the guy coming back. Vandermeer's got room again. They've been keen to let him shoot it. Vandermeer in front, and a 5-meter in the middle. They call it on Hudsonville.
Number 9, I believe.
Yes.
Wyatt Clapp.
Wyatt Clapp, the guilty party. Opportunity here for the Wild Dogs, and a big moment for Jack McCrum, who's got 2 exclusions, is back in the game, though. Looking for a 3-goal lead. Josh Arendt's got the timeout horn in hand. And it's a goal, and he will use it.
It looked like Wiles got a hand on that one. He was close.
He was. McCrum better on that one. 3-goal lead for Jenison Granville, and now their bench is all fired up as they get to work with a lead and a somewhat comfortable one for the first time today. Second timeout used by Hudsonville. Just a shade under 70 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Fans trying to get Hudsonville going. Jenison Granville fans can smell a state championship at their fingertips again. They came in 37-0, now 39-0 with the quarter and semifinals. A chance for a perfect 40-0 for the Wild Dogs to cap off an outstanding season. And if they do, they will have done it without the state MVP, who was fouled out in the first quarter, and Oliver Ottenwest.
It really stings. It does. But obviously this team has been able to, and I mean, that's what good teams do. You lose a player, you gotta be able to fill in that hole. And obviously losing the state MVP is a whole nother story. But this is a deep team. They've got a lot of good players. and they're doing just fine in this state championship, even without their state MVP. But now on the other side of the ball, this Hudsonville squad, they're the underdogs, but they are showing no signs of quit. They came in the 4 seed. But they went up early on Jenison Granville. Now they've kind of conceded a little bit. They're down 3, but with 9 minutes of water polo left to play, it is still anybody's game.
So the Eagles have the ball, chance to set up after the timeout, down 3. See where they start to move people around. Looks like Bale is out of the game now. Nope, he's
coming back in.
7 guys in the water. Yep.
Was there 8 guys in the water?
Yeah, there were. A little miscommunication.
Oh.
Hudsonville having to remove Graham Sarber and Brendan Lawrence at the last second. Trying to run something. Bit of a different offensive formation here. More of kind of the pyramid look. Rivas, near side, got some room, driving down towards the goal line. Back up to Rivas. Trying to maybe open up some space in the center, but nothing doing. Rivas, it's tipped and out of play. Good block that time by the Wild Dogs, but I think that one was going high anyways.
He was down low with his body and swept up with his arm. Those shots are going to really carry, and if you're not careful with it, they're going to fly out of the field of play.
That one is tipped out of play, going to be a 2-meter.
Good shot there by McCrum. It was right on target, forcing Wiles to tip it out of the field of play.
Back across the formation. Wild Dogs up top. Vandermeer took it. Over top of the goal it goes. 55 seconds to go in the third quarter. Hudsonville kind of on their last stand here. Jenison Granville taking control of it towards the end of the first half in this third quarter. Excellent adjustments at halftime. Coaching staff did a nice job with them. Rivas in trouble. Gave it down low, one-on-one. Here's Bale, backhander, and he over-rotated and missed it way wide to the right.
I think he was significantly farther closer to us than he thought he was.
Down low, Wild Dogs try to make it a 4-goal lead. Would be the largest of the day. Skip shot that time goes wide. It stayed in play, and the Wild Dogs still have it. And an ordinary foul in the corner. Got a drop. Up high, Vanderwall, and a race for it. Vanderwall gets to it, draws the ordinary. Now he's got room to take a long shot. Vanderwall winds up, takes it, and stopped by Wiles. 2 seconds to go. Oh, he nearly put in his own net. Goes the length of the pool and knocked down by Creighton. Wiles reached back with the ball, and it got a little close to the goal line, but it stays out. 9-6, Jenison Granville. We head to the fourth quarter of the state championship game next after a short break. All right, fourth quarter set to get underway here in the state championship game. Errantly, we had the wrong Oliver as state MVP. Brain fart on our part, Oliver Chu, not Oliver Ottenwest. Oliver Ottenwest is a great player, but Had the wrong info there. So, he is still out. He did foul out in the first quarter. 9-6, Jenison Granville leads Hudsonville. The Eagles hanging on now. They were up for a while in that first half. Jenison Granville with a nice response. Went into halftime. Had a good, strong adjustment. They've been in front ever since. Ty Vanderwall has done a great job in this game. Easton Vandermeer has had the ball a lot for the Wild Dogs as well. Connor Creighton's made some key stops here in the second half too, to keep Jenison Granville in front. Hudsonville has leaned heavily on Connor Kilgore and Aiden Bale. Got to get the ball in the sprint area. Jack McCrum will put it in for the officials, and off we go. Hudsonville's got 2 timeouts left. Jenison Granville's got 3. Looking to complete the perfect 40-0. Off we go. Fourth quarter of the state championship game. Aiden Bale picked his head up first and saw it, drew the ordinary foul. Good sprint win there by Bale. Actually, Jenison Granville had gotten there first. Caleb Story. But Aiden Bale, a little more aware. Oh, and a surprise shot. Kilgore just turned and gunned it. Skip shot off the underside of the bar and in. It's a 2-goal game. Nobody was ready, and that's the second time they've caught Creighton napping a little bit.
And that's kind of what Hudsonville has really been needing from Kilgore right now. Is I'm not saying he hasn't done much all game, but offensively, he's kind of been lacking his normal presence. And now we see it with that rifle of a shot.
2-goal game, 9-7 Jenison Granville. Wild Dogs looking to reclaim that 3-goal lead and get to double digits. Into the center, Vandermeer, backhand shot. Oh, and Wilds caught that in the cheek, and the Eagles hang on to it, and an exclusion. And a timeout for Hudsonville. Josh Arendt, realizing the importance of this possession, just going to use it to set up down 2 with a 6-on-5. Off to the corner for the Wild Dogs is Caleb Story.
But only 31 seconds into this fourth period, and Hudsonville has a chance to pull it within 1.
.6:29 to go in this one. Wiles, the freshman, who's battled hard, just made a save with his cheek, will set up the 6-on-5. Eagles try to cut it back to 1. Josh Arendt down to 1 timeout now for the remainder of the contest. Up high, Kilgore, who just scored that big goal moments ago. Thought about it, here's Bale. Bale's got a lot of shot blockers in his path. Pumps once, twice, gave it back to Kilgore. Back to Bale, passes behind him. Exclusion is over. 6-on-5 is over. Bale pump fakes a couple times. Kilgore got to get rid of it. He does. And they had a man inside 2 down there. Getting dragged in was Brendan Lawrence. So the timeout goes for naught for Josh Arendt as he remains down 2. The Eagles got to find some answers here. Drives coming from the Wild Dogs. McCrum waited just long enough to give his guy space. Ordinary foul in there drawn by the Wild Dogs. Back up top for McCrum. Up middle, here's Miller. Takes it and stopped by Wiles, and an offensive foul in center this time, called on Vanderwall. Stop for the Eagles, trying to keep this thing alive with 5.5 to go. Wild Dogs got a good look away, and Wiles again comes up big with a stop. Into center. Turn move. Kilgore to the net. Couldn't finish the move. Good crash defense that time by Story. McCrum into the center. Offensive foul, a pull, it looked like is what the call was. And now they've excluded Ty Vanderwall for a minor act of misconduct.
That one stings.
He turned and looked at the official, and the official did not like it. You can't do that.
Is that his second?
I believe it is. I'd have to double check that, but he's headed to the bench. Near side, Kilgore. Got room, got that right side of the goal. Thinking about it, takes it, crossbar! Got underneath it, and a big play defensively for Story, and a timeout called by Jennison Granville to hang on to possession. So Ty Vanderwall getting a chat from an assistant coach here. Just got to mentally get back into this one. Hudsonville down 2 and a timeout called by Jennison Granville. We're going to take a quick break to check the score table. All right, check the scorers table. Ty Vanderwall, that is just the minor act of misconduct. So he comes out of the water for a break and a timeout for Jennison Granville. He only has that on his record, so no exclusion. So that's the good news for him. I've seen a couple of those this weekend. Minor act of misconduct is just kind of, the abusive official type thing. You look at the official and you give him the look when you don't like something. It's a sportsmanship-based rule. Major act of misconduct is, more something that has to do with violence or maybe rises to a little bit of a higher level. It was just minor for Ty Vanderwall there, who's getting a moment here to cool down, and cool for him. His dad is one of the assistant coaches, gets to talk to dad and settle back into this game.
And not that, obviously, it's not an excusable thing to do, but definitely in the state championship game, tensions are high, your emotions are high. It's just kind of something that happens.
So Hudsonville trails it by 2. Jennison Granville has gone up 9-7 in this one. They have 2 timeouts. Great timeout management here by Connor Meyer. Hung on to him just long enough for the end of the game while being in front. You don't look at those as goals, but what you look at those as is opportunity. Opportunity to stop the clock in your favor and put your team in a favorable position when you need. It's well done by that Jennison Granville staff. McCrum takes it, scores! 3-goal lead for Jennison Granville. Jack McCrum, the lefty from up top.
He has really stepped up this game. When Jennison Granville has needed an offensive threat, he has filled into that role perfectly.
Now Hudsonville's been very keen to collapse in the middle and not let Ty Vanderwall abuse them in the center. But they've got some good outside shooters. You can tell that Jennison Granville senses the end might be near. Hudsonville draws an exclusion in the center. That's Rivas down there who's had a nice game. Walking it in are the Eagles. They go back up top to Bale. They set up the 3-3 again, trying to space out the defense a bit. Look, you can see they're trying to isolate Bale on this near side. The defense is looking right at it. Kilgore, back. Bale flips it down low. They got a man wide open. Down low, they score! Rivas turned and gunned it. Back within 2.
And that's exactly what Hudsonville needed. Not only the goal, which obviously is very helpful, but the fact that their offense was that efficient. They had good dry passes. They were able to shift the defense around. Shift Creighton off of his hips and get a man wide open down low who was able to bury that one in. That's exactly the confidence boost that they needed to stay in this game.
Yeah, and that was Jennison Granville daring somebody other than Kilgore and Bale to shoot. They dared him, and Rivas has scored a couple big goals in this game. 2-goal game again. Inside move, and over the top goes Vandermeer. It's an offensive.
Good job of staying in advantageous position was Barnes by the Eagles, kind of forcing his offensive player to drive over him.
Shot by Bale is wide left, and Barnes has to be careful because he does have the 2 exclusions on him too. 3:20 to go. I guess at this point in the game, you got to sell out to make the stop, so don't know that you have to be that careful. Into center, backhand save, Wiles again.
And now Josh is yelling at his team, get up the pool, get up the pool. We don't have time to be wasting.
Look out. Kilgore down the right side, got room. Trying to make it a one-goal game. Kilgore, wait, shoots, scores! Connor Kilgore! 10-9, Jenison Granville. The plot thickens. It's a one-goal game with 2:56 to go.
And here's where that momentum comes into play. It's, again, trailing by 1, but Hudsonville's hot. They've scored the last 2 here.
They go to the bench, take a quick moment to take a breath, try and recompose. There's a lot of pressure on that 39-0, but there's a reason they got to 39-0. It's because they're a darn good team and well coached. See if they can settle in and finish the job. Vanderwall, inside move. Vanderwall scores! Oh, what a power move! Ty Vanderwall skips it low right, beats Wiles. It's a 2-goal lead again for Jenison Granville.
That's exactly the response they needed. A quick goal to kind of stomp out anything that Hudsonville had going for them. And now look, the bench looks flat. Their faces on the Hudsonville guys aren't as, cheery as they were 20 seconds ago. And that's because Ty was able to just swim right through their defense and bury that one.
That's an enormous response from one of the best players in the state, right when you needed him. Bale, far side, Kilgore, they're way out high. Kilgore into center, and the defense collapsing. Rivas just drew the ordinary. Now he's got a man open on the near side. Opportunity here, they score! Oh man, Hudsonville getting goals from everywhere. Graham Sarber skips it low left and beats Creighton. It's a 1-goal game with 2:21 to go.
And that's what you were talking about earlier. Hudsonville's going to have to find other offensive threats. And in these crucial moments, when everybody else who Jenison and Granville's expecting to take shots, that's when you need someone else to step up, and that's exactly what we just saw from Sarber. Great play there.
Crowd's into it now. Emotion back on the Hudsonville bench. The Jenison Granville team, though, does have that lead. Here's McCrum. McCrum carries to the middle. Drew the foul. Exclusion there in the middle on Rivas. 6-on-5 here for the Wild Dogs. 2 minutes and 3 to go. Miller takes it down. Back up high. Long shot. Scores! Story with a bomb. Caleb Story skipped it under the left arm that time of Wiles. And Jenison Granville and Hudsonville trading late blows. 12-10 Wild Dogs.
Neither team is going to go down without a fight. And truly, that's what we're seeing in these last moments here. It's just been bang, bang water polo.
Minute 56 to go. Wild Dogs with 2 timeouts, Hudsonville with 1. Hudsonville has inched within a goal twice now recently, has not been able to close the gap to even. Bale looking ahead, getting some contributions here in the second half from Rivas as well as Graham Sarber. Couple of pump fakes, skip shot, and he skipped it right in front of himself, and it went way over top of the goal. 98 seconds and ticking now. Jenison Granville trying to wrap up a state title. They're going to spread out a little bit here, and they don't need another goal. They just need to make sure they don't turn it over and give Hudsonville an odd man chance. Josh Arendt got the timeout horn, waiting to use it. Down the middle. Opportunity to put it away, and it's over top of the goal. Caleb Story.
And they've got numbers if they hurry.
They do. Here's Rivas again. Rivas tries to turn inside. Rivas draws an exclusion. Minute 7 to go. They score! Kilgore right in front. It's a 1-goal game with 1:06 to go.
And a great job there. Josh wanted to take that timeout, but he saw what his team had, and he was able to leave it.
Now he hangs on to that timeout, down a goal. He goes to the bench. Heady play by the coach to see that he had Kilgore one-on-one in a favorable matchup. Woo! Hope you took your heart pills this morning. 1-goal game, 3 timeouts between the two teams as well. Jenison Granville trying to finish this thing off. They still lead it. Hudsonville has made a mad dash here at the end. Vanderwall is in isolation down low. They get it to him. And an exclusion down there. Vanderwall draws it. Nice play. Bale off to the corner. 23 seconds on the shot clock, 42 on the game clock and ticking. 10 seconds to go in the exclusion to Bale. McCrum has it, draws the foul up high. McCrum, cross pool pass. Opportunity here, saved by Wiles. Timeout Hudsonville. Oh man, we're going to have an interesting one here. They get the timeout off. 28 seconds on the clock and a chance to tie it.
And that's exactly why Josh was holding on to his last timeout. There could not have been a better time for him to be able to use that. Oh boy.
How we reset it. It is 12-11 Jenison Granville, who comes in at 39-0. A stunning season from them. Sparkling and near perfect so far. Trying to finish perfection at 40-0. Hudsonville, the 4 seed, the first 4 seed to get into the state final since Jenison did it under Jason Swedick a few years back. And again, these are kind of the last 2 big dynasties here in the MWPA. Going head-to-head, playing right down to the finish. Jenison Granville lost one of their top players in Oliver Ottenwest in the first quarter, but has continued to put on an unbelievable show. Ty Vanderwall has at times taken this game over and really put Jenison Granville on his back to try and wrap this thing up. Hudsonville late here has gotten some key contributions from Graham Sarber. Brendan Lawrence has played a good game. Lucas Rivas has scored some big goals and drew that big exclusion earlier on the goal that made it 12-11. Really, they've mostly relied on Kilgore and Bale for the offense. And it comes down to this. Jenison Granville's got 2 timeouts left, can't take them with them. You imagine if they get the ball back, it'll be an immediate timeout and talk it over. Hudsonville trying to tie it. They've got 28 seconds to go. Draw up your best play and do your best here. We already have 1 overtime game today. It was a 7th place game, and it was a great one.
This certainly has been a great one.
Wiles pops it. They're going to run the 7-on-6 here. Wiles thinking about it. Got room. Walks it in. Nobody marks him. He shoots. It's blocked. And a timeout for Jenison Granville. "17 seconds to go. Jenison Granville has 1 more timeout. It's a 30. So, your only options for Hudsonville, if you're trying to win this game, for those wondering how possibly could they still, is to press 7-on-7, so your goalie's not going to be in the net.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to take a man, and you're going to try and create a turnover and fire it at the net. If you're Jenison Granville, if you're going to turn the ball over, turn it over as far away from your own net as possible to give yourselves a chance to get back into defensive position. You still lead this, and you still have a timeout left, so that's a big benefit there. The one thing that Josh Arendt can do, if he chooses, is use the old illegal timeout move, where you call it and the other team gets the choice between the 5-meter and the ball.
And I believe we've seen him use that before.
I've used it myself. I attempted to use it on Will Hart one time, and Will Hart was not fooled and was not thrilled. I've seen other people use it before too.
Doesn't the other team have an option to decline it?
They do. They do. That's the thing. The hope with that is that you can catch them napping and they go for the 5-meter, and that's a probable goal, but there is still the small
on the chance they miss.
On the chance they miss, you have a chance to get the ball back.
And of course, don't get their own rebound and score a helicopter from 6 meters.
Julio DeFina, Birmingham Seahome earlier today in the 7th place game, blocked on a 5-meter. Rebound came right back to him, and he turned a huge helicopter backhander into the bottom corner. It propelled Seahome to victory. All right, so now you're going to see everybody press. You're obviously going to see Ryan Wiles out of the goal looking for somebody to mark and create a turnover. Jenison Granville, again, does have that 30-second timeout left. Hudsonville has none left.
They're certainly pressing everybody.
The only person that's not being pressed is the goaltender right now. They're going to pass it back to him, and That's what Josh Aaron is saying, goalie, goalie. Ball is in play, and an ordinary foul. And he puts it in play. Clock starts, 12 seconds to go. Trying to go for the ball under, he goes over top on the foul again. Puts it back into play. And taken away. Here comes Hudsonville, an opportunity, 5 seconds to go. At the buzzer, they score! They score! We're going to overtime! Wait just a moment, there's 1 second on the clock, and a timeout for Jenison Granville.
It's a setup timeout. Oh, my brain is scrambled right now. Are you kidding me?
Lucas Rivas with a lob shot nearly at the buzzer to tie the game at 12.
Possibly the biggest goal he's ever scored in his life.
12-12, 1 second to go. Jenison Granville has an opportunity to get a shot off. Referee stopping it here. A stunning conclusion, one-time attempt, stop, we're going to overtime.
What a finish.
We'll take a break. The state championship game goes on. Well, if you weren't watching, you have missed a lot. The Hudsonville Eagles trailed it by as much as 3 in that fourth quarter. during a spread the pool play, the Eagles stole the ball, turned it into the middle, and role player Lucas Rivas hit a lob shot with 1 second on the clock to force overtime. Now, it was interesting because twice the Hudsonville defender fouled.
Yep.
The first one, definite foul. Second one, borderline foul. The third one, he got up, went around just enough to not get the foul called on it. It was well officiated, I thought. And it's a tough position to be in as that player in the corner. And like I said, if you're going to turn it over as far from your goal as possible. That didn't happen. Kilgore came in, took the ball, gave it to Rivas, who's open alone in front of the net, and we're tied. The task at hand for Jenison Granville is to mentally reset your guys. It's the hardest thing to do. And if they can do it, that's about as good a coaching job as can be done. Because after watching that happen, you just have 5 minutes to flip that emotional switch back. We will play 2 3-minute overtime periods in full, regardless of the score. If we have no winner, we will play sudden death.
And wouldn't that just be poetic?
The sprint is won by the Wild Dogs, barely. Bale battled for it, couldn't quite get to it. I don't know how these kids have anything left in the tank after the game that's been played.
Willpower.
Wild Dogs have it on offense, trying to retake that lead here early in overtime. McCrum, long shot, swallowed whole, that time by Wiles, the freshman. Stunning work by a freshman. Up the pool they go. Brendan Lawrence carries on. 15 on the shot clock. Near side, Bale's got a lot of room to operate. Not really in a threatening shooting position. Up high, they go into center. Kilgore after it, and it's an offensive. Taken away, nice steal defensively that time. In deep by Story, who really in the second half of this game has been excellent for the Wild Dogs. Here come the Wild Dogs. They're looking for Vanderwall. Errant pass. Now he's got to go hunt that down. You can see Hudsonville crashing defensively low, and it's going to be an ordinary foul. Whistle came maybe a hair later than the Eagles would have liked. Vanderwall turns, got one hand on the ball. Vanderwall still turning, somehow gets a shot away. It goes parallel to the goal and wide.
That is a position you don't want to be. You don't want to have Ty Vanderwall in if you're a defense. Good job of getting hands up, field block, and forcing that shot to go very wide left.
He was kind of periscoping underwater and somehow still got something away. Stunning strength from Ty Vanderwall. Up top, look out, defender coming in from behind. Hudsonville players helped him out with that. Bale into the middle. And a great steal. McCrum crashed down in the middle and made it work. McCrum to the outside. Gave this one on to Vandermeer. Vandermeer carries ahead. Vandermeer's got a bit of room. Defenders coming, including Rivas, who scored that tying goal. Up top, McCrum with it. McCrum, 10 on the shot clock. Wants to go into center. Not going to have time or space to do it. He'll take the shot. It's partially blocked. Rebound, swallowed up. The Wild Dogs are on it. And it's taken away. Hudsonville with a steal. It's Wiles again.
Very risky to come out and try to force that ball under.
Ordinary foul called this time on Story. Nearly a steal there for the Wild Dogs on kind of an errant pass. 38 seconds to go in the first overtime. Kilgore directing traffic up there. Fouled up high. Kilgore thinking about it. Puts it in play. Drives it to the middle. Kilgore kicks it out high to Bale. Bale winds, fires, a great stop that time by Creighton. Creighton got up and knocked it down. 20 seconds to go in the first overtime. No reason to force it here, as we will play a second overtime regardless. Vanderwall had it, given away. 6 seconds to go here in overtime. Wiles will pop it, throw it up the pool. Late opportunity and just wide of the goal. Oh, I think he had Creighton beat that time, and he just whistled it wide. We'll take a quick break as the teams switch sides. Second overtime coming up next. Second overtime set to get underway. We are still tied at 12. It is not yet sudden death. So regardless of who scores and how many times they score in this period, if there is a leader at the end of it, game's over and we have a state champion. If we do not have a leader at the end of this, we will play the golden goal. Some great golden goal games in MWPA history. Obviously, the Okemos game under Andrew Olesnovich.
That was one of the first that kind of kick-started Hudsonville's run, didn't it?
It did. It was right when Hudsonville lost that game, and then they got rolling.
Yeah. Because what did that go to? 8 overtimes?
Something. It was wild. It was at East Kentwood, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. That was one of the first games my dad ever streamed.
That was an outstanding game. Sprint is on. Wild Dogs and Eagles after it. Bale gets there first, and a great backhand flip to hang on to possession. However this turns out, both these groups of kids have a ton to be proud of today. They laid it all out on the line. Really outstanding performance. Here's Kilgore up high with it. Kilgore looking for a little room to operate. Pumps once, twice, scores! First goal of overtime. 13-12 Hudsonville. 2:35 to go.
And Josh Aaron, this is his biggest thing. Never get too wide-eyed, if you will. There's still 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. Calm down, get some stops, keep playing water polo.
Both teams get a timeout in overtime, so they expended their timeouts in regulation. Now they have the extra one here in OT. Exclusion in the center. And that's 11. That's going to be Barnes, and he's done. Andrew Barnes is done for the day. 2:15 to go in this second overtime. 6-on-5 for the Wild Dogs, trying to tie it up. Both teams have had a player foul out now, and a key one. Up high, McCrum. McCrum to Vanderwall. Vanderwall, power move, shoots and blocked. Oh, what a block by Kilgore. Ball still loose, goes in the net, but they call it an offensive. 13-12 Hudsonville. Eagles trying to finish off a bit of a Cinderella story here. Jennison Granville wants to finish off the perfect 40-0. Both teams very deserving of it. Kilgore draws the foul. Watch out, here comes the shot. He lobs, and it's short, left. Creighton picks that one up with 93 seconds to go in overtime. Wild Dogs trying to tie it. Connor Myers going to hang on to his timeout for now. They go up the pool for the lefty, McCrum. McCrum's got space. Rivas looked off for a little too long. McCrum, inside move. McCrum, what a play. McCrum to tie it, blocked. Oh, blocked by Bale. Rebound picked up Vanderwall. Stolen away.
Possibly a season-ending save there by Bale. He was able to upslide in and get his hand where Wiles wasn't able to be. What a play.
They're going to spread out, and Josh Heron is going to get ready to use his timeout here. 13-12 Hudsonville, and he'll use it there. I think he sensed his players swimming into a space where defenders were about to be and decided, let's talk this over. What a block by Aiden Bale. Ty Vanderwall was down there, made a great play to get to the rebound. Upset he didn't get a call down there. I got to be honest, from my angle, it's hard to know if anything was done. He hung onto the ball for an awful long time, and then it was taken away. It's really hard to say from where I'm sitting kind of on the deck. Had I been elevated or maybe where an official was standing, I'd have a better opinion for you, but I just don't.
Yeah, truthfully, I couldn't tell you anything that happened right there. Sitting down, it was on the opposite side of the pool.
There are a lot of bodies between where we are and Vanderwall as well, so the Wild Dogs are upset about it, but they still have an opportunity in this game. There's 50 seconds to go. They still have their timeout. They do trail by 1. Hudsonville's got 8 seconds on the shot clock. So at minimum, they should have 42 seconds to operate with to get that goal and a timeout. Unless Hudsonville somehow gets a shot off, gets the rebound, and manages to play keep away.
Or draws an exclusion.
Yes, that too.
This will be a very interesting 50 seconds.
Again, give credit to these two coaching staffs and players. Granville Jennison had to battle from behind in this game. They lost Otten West early in the game, and they're relentless, and it's an outstanding team with a lot of talent. Hudsonville, obviously, kind of the underdog coming in here today with a freshman goaltender. Well-coached game and managed to tie it late. So they'll continue with keep away just a bit longer. Bale for Rivas. Rivas to Kilgore. Kilgore, lob, saved by Creighton. And a timeout. Creighton didn't have the ball in his hands, but they're going to say that it was technically possessed after the shot clock violation, I think is what they're going to call. That was dangerous.
If that one went the other way, that one is a real stinger. But it works out in Jennison Granville favor.
I think the point of it was just that it was the shot clock violation, and you could call the timeout at that point. Had it just been an ordinary turnover, the ball sitting there, you probably have to call it the other way.
I do agree. But also, I think there might be an argument of literally nobody was there for Hudsonville.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
It was the right call. It was truthfully the right call. But a bit of a teeth clencher.
Nuanced rule there.
Yeah.
41 seconds to go in overtime, and it's gotten tense in here and quiet, kind of.
It's eerie.
It is a bit. Hudsonville is up. They're going to be on the defense. Jennison Granville has a timeout and 2 full minutes to talk over what they're going to do on this possession. So at this point in the game, potentially you think about pulling the goalie. That could be an opportunity if you want to pull him up. Play 7-on-6. You can think about that here, because if you turn it over and give up a goal, the game's over anyways.
It's pretty nerve-wracking, but you also have to think back to at the end of regulation with about 40 seconds to go and being down 1. Hudsonville had the ball, got their timeout. Their play that they drew up, they didn't score. And Jennison got the ball back with, 17 seconds? But they were still able to force a steal, get that last goal, and force overtime.
I will say this, too. If you don't see Jennison Granville pull their goalie, there's a chance it's something they've practiced and they decided that that's not their best opportunity to win. It's not the perfect end-all, be-all answer to everything. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
I mean, getting a 6-on-5 is never a guaranteed opportunity to score. And so same thing here. Is a 7-on-6 really worth it?
We'll see. Jennison Granville draws it up. 40 seconds on the clock. Trying to tie this game up and force sudden death. Up high, Vandermeer. Back to Vanderwall. Vanderwall being careful with it. Vanderwall steps in. Got a little room. Takes the shot. Missed it. Oh, man, missed it wide left. Now they got to press. No timeouts left. Wiles throws it to the near side. Clock ticking away. Hudsonville trying to finish this one off. 10 seconds to go in overtime. They throw it across the pool. Nobody there for Jennison Granville. the Hudsonville Eagles have pulled off an unbelievable upset. They force overtime with a second to go, and they are the state champions in the Michigan Water Polo Association.
Wow. I mean, wow. You brought it up. You mentioned it a second ago. Maybe a little bit of a Cinderella story. They were coming in as the 4 seed into the state tournament from the west side. They had a battle they had to fight through to get here, and they fought for every last second during this state championship. A heartbreaker for Jenison Granville. But just turn and talk about this Hudsonville squad. They were down by 1 with 10 seconds to go in regulation, and they didn't even have possession. What do? They force a turnover. They get the goal. They tie it up. We go to overtime. They get the one and only goal of overtime to win the state championship.
With 2 seconds on the clock, Jenison Granville in regulation led the game 12-11. And that stings. So I want to say this. As a former coach, as a former player, I feel greatly for them right now. That's not a good feeling. They did have an outstanding season. It's an outstanding team and coaching staff. Give them a lot of credit. This is the hardest game on earth. And they're going to shake hands now, and it's probably a bit of a bitter feeling, but good sportsmanship being shown by them, and I give them a lot of credit. The Hudsonville Eagles just came in here this weekend and found the exact goals exactly when they needed them. They won a heart stopper in the semis last night. They won a heart stopper in the quarterfinals, and they won another heart stopper in the state championship game. 13-12 the final. They'll get ready to toss their coach into the pool here at Grand Blanc, who has done an outstanding job hosting this state championship tournament, as we wrap things up here from Grand Blanc, Michigan. Uh-oh, there goes Josh Aaron. He's up in the air. That could have been dangerous. That's a lot of strength from that kid. Josh is a grown man.
Kilgore's a strong fella.
That's going to do it. The trophy back to Hudsonville. The 4 seed wins the state title. From all of us at the Biscuit and the Basket Network, Harrison Watt, Chase Sutherland, Joey Sutherland, thanks for tuning in this weekend. An outstanding weekend of water polo. It ends in an overtime thriller in the state championship game. Congratulations on a great season to Jenison Granville and, of course, to the state champion, Hudsonville Eagles. For my partner, Chase Sutherland, I'm Harrison Watt, signing off. Good night, everybody.